Hey, John and Sarah, it's Holly Robinson Pete. How you doing?
Guess who?
And I just spoke to the guys from Panera Bread outside of Cleveland, and they said they want you back. And they said anytime, anywhere, they'll make you the musical act all the time. Do whatever you want. They don't care if you play the Wally musical score the whole time. They want you back. And we're talking raise.
I quit on the day they were about to teach me how to make the sandwiches too, which was really embarrassing.
Anyway, welcome everyone. I'm here with the great Davyd, the violinist.
Maze and an emphatic stroke of Byzantine whimsy.
I'm 95. I'm not dead.
Well, all the guys from my barbershop quartet are dead, so no.
There he is. Nobody mirrored the great Steve Rogers. By the way, as you know, Captain America Winter Soldier shot in your beloved Cleveland.
Yes, yeah. And on my tombstone, the testimonial will be he was 200 years old.
Crazy Robin. Oh, and Bon Bon is so brilliant with his drops and all his little skills there. And Davyd, he's so great. He's like, he is all these, he's like 200 years old. And
the Wheel of Fortune wheel stopped right there. Yeah.
Crazy Robin. Welcome, everyone. This is Deppening 182. We took what would you call it? A creative audible, and we tried to get Lotus Notes off the ground. So we took a sabbatical from this, and I'm just sitting on all this stuff. There's no way we're going to get it all in from here. I want to, before I forget, I had this thought, all the P. Diddy stuff going on right now.
Right.
I think shit was going on. City of Lies, right? How does Depp tie into pop? They have no history at all. And I thought they would have, and they don't. This is crazy that they don't. City of Lies is a movie about Christopher Wallace, Notorious B.I.G.,
right,
who is thick as thieves with Sean P. Diddy Combs. And everything they did was collaborative. And his mom, Mrs. Wallace, Violetta Wallace, is in City of Lies. At the end, she has a cute cameo where Russell Poole is doing like a Golden Girls clasp with her at a diner. Right. And I'm just coasting through the credits, and I don't see, Puff Daddy got all this money and publishing rights from all the Biggie stuff posthumously.
Oh, okay.
So I'm thinking he has to be a producer on this, and he's not.
Huh. I wonder if the producers listed have some distant connect. Sometimes you have to kind of go through their company affiliations and see if they're related to anything P. Diddy's involved with.
I don't want to give him too much credit of being prophetic, because that thing was shot like in 2016.
Right.
So, and then there's all the shit with Greg with 5 G's at the end of it, Rocky Brooks, and the whole thing with which I think is completely noble. If Depp hit him, roughed him up on any level, because apparently, as the story goes, he was making these reductive comments to a homeless woman, racist, I might add.
Oh.
And if the story goes that Depp defended the woman, heard him just making horrible reprobate comments to her, and said something along the lines of, "Hey, you think you're not better than her? At any given moment, she could be you," or something like that. And and so he had a loss. The lawsuit was settled out of court. It was supposed to go to trial, and I don't think it would have been televised. I'm not sure what the rules are in California. Wait a minute, wasn't OJ in California?
The trial, or Oh yeah.
It was trial. Yeah, right. It had to be. So
because it was Brentwood.
You could televise shit in California. There's no rule. Camille Vasquez very slyly on the DL had this thing settled, which to me is an admission of guilt.
Right. I
And
never
he's
take
thinking,
settlement
I would
as
own him.
yeah.
Yeah, I smacked him in the face. Sure. I wish I did more. Yeah, if that really happened. And
Of
apparently
course,
there's a
yeah.
lot of testimonies that it is indeed what happened.
It's an act of civil disobedience at that point where it's like, hey, I'm trying to make the world better for this unhoused person who Rocky Brooks is insulting and dehumanizing.
Well, don't forget the den of inequity.
Yes. Rocky Brooks is conducting this den of inequity, and Johnny Depp stepped in to save the day. I mean, of course, why wouldn't he admit to that? Yeah.
I'm not old enough to be your father, thank God. But I want to say how proud your parents are of you. And all three of us, we
Oh,
got in a room in Cleveland, right outside, right outside the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and we were just like, "Look, don't dumb yourself down." As Bobby the Brain Heenan said, "I don't
right.
want you to keep it simple for the humanoids. You do you. You use as many $20 words, and let the humanoids catch up to you. Don't dumb yourself down. Don't feel insecure. Oh, I'm not." You're not grandstanding. That's your vocabulary. You know how
Yeah.
Dennis Miller does this. He uses huge words to show off.
Encephalogram to show off,
Right.
right? Yeah.
And he knows
When-
he's doing because he gets off on you not knowing the word. If you don't
Right.
laugh, if you don't get it, you're like, oh God, I don't want to. Oh, God, he used obsequious. I don't understand what that means. And he loves hearing that. He doesn't care.
Oh
If you don't.
yeah.
It's a win-win. He loves that you don't get it. It makes him feel smarter and superior. You don't have that in you. You don't do that. This is your natural speaking cadence and vocabulary and lexicon. Am I right?
Yeah, and I hope I'm communicative anyway. I mean, I'm not always using big words, but my mom said to me in 5th grade, because I noticed I wasn't getting invited to thing. I was the shy.
Oh, you're
gay
invited
kid,
to
so-
this party. You're invited to the Deppening party.
Thank you.
This is like a Dave Chappelle block. This is This is a Christopher Wallace and Clinton Hill, Bedford Stuyvesant cookout on the sidewalk. This is what this is like.
I feel very welcome in the Deppening family for sure. But my mom said to me, you just have to wait for the other kids to catch up with you, and it did kind of happen where it's like I maintained a either vocabulary or way of communicating that by middle school, like I made a bunch of friends. And so there were a couple years there where I needed to hear that, because I probably could have fallen into dumbing myself down a little bit.
You know what you remind me of? This you're not too off being Professor Xavier reaching out to you, inviting you to the Xavier Institute for gifted children. Like
Right.
you're literally like a mutant power of vocabulary and musicianship where Xavier reaches out to you, goes, Davyd, I feel your pain. Come to Westchester, New York, to the Xavier Institute where Warren Worthington will greet you at the door. And then that's what it reminds me of.
Oh, that's so funny.
You can call him Angel or Archangel.
Right.
Either will suffice.
Oh my God, that's great. I love that. Well, thank you for saying that. That's very sweet.
Yeah, that's as big a praise as I can give. I wouldn't be invited to the Xavier Institute. I wouldn't be able to get into the Xavier Institute, even with an invite from like Colossus.
Oh,
wouldn't be able to
Colossus.
Peter Rasputin to you. People.
Right. Yes.
I want to say hi to everyone in the chat. A. Smith, welcome, sir. As you can see, Sarah's probably talking about it right now. As I scroll down, we have this QR code at the top right, as the kids say.
Yes.
Cash App, $ Deppening 1. I've never read this before. And then we have a Patreon. We're doing Jump Street Season 3. Crazy Robin claims she's going to sit in on this with the debut of Greco. It's a very racist theme in this episode called Fun with Animals, where Depp goes, my favorite, he goes, did God give you a get out of jail free card? People don't like to send their kids to high schools with rapists who burn crosses. Now, that would be funny if they redid it for TV and he goes, people don't like to send their kids to high school with rapists who burn crosses. Now, do you think you're exempt from certain laws because you like yourself? You're going to jail. And then Grieco goes, let go of me. Let go of me. He goes, okay. And Depp goes, okay. Would you send him to interrogation and send him and the genius of the concealed handgun? That'll get you an extra 3 to 5, Jimbo. And then he's pushing the mat. It's actually a really well acted scene. And you can see Depp got accused. He and DeLuise both got accused of being too rough with the extra actors in some of the scenes that were more physical. And you could see it here. With Depp does this to Grieco. He takes him by the peacoat and whirls him around and throws him against the wall. And it's pretty damn physical and intense. And it's a Depp gets an A+ for triggered, irritated undercover cop who hates racists in this scene. And the trick is Grieco is his partner.
Right.
And he's IAD, so they have to play the part.
Yeah, it's also probably a triggered lead actor with a new kid on the block, trying to, make his territory known,
Wow, that's pretty profound. You said that. I can't believe, and you're relatively new to the show. Depp could have been feeling that this is my show. And even though
as much as he hated
wanted
it,
to get right. It's still his. Exactly right. That apparently was true according to some people's reports. Williams, Grieco himself felt that. So I can't wait to dive into that a little more. Welcome Barbara DeRush. Welcome Babs. Welcome John Shits Pants. Jazzy Man here with a very hey guys, I'd rather you don't air this stupid video because all those things about Burton and Elfman are lies. So do me a favor, remove this video. Period. Is that Karl Malone or John Stockton? Jazzy Man? That's got to be one of the two, right? Welcome, Karl Malone. I will do no such thing. As Depp said to In Nick of Time, I will do no such thing. And you, sir, are going to listen to this 10 times. I'll do whatever the F I want. I'm making the rules. I control his career and will decide. Davyd will be the judge and jury of what Elfman's guilty of. Burton's already been guilty of calling black people the wrong, quote, aesthetic. Aesthetic. Is that now a euphemism for the N-word? Aesthetic? I'm sorry I don't use the aesthetic word on this show.
10 layers of hidden agenda with that word. Yeah.
By the way, I found a video with Danny Elfman. Not yours, it's a different one. He's on I forget the name of the source. It's an online publication. Anyway, he uses the word aesthetic in the interview. I swear to God. So that's like him and Burton share and I don't need to remind you, I don't think Danny Elfman has many black friends as you could look at him. And Melvin says, where's the chicken cutlet hoagie? Melvin, I took a picture. I'll save it for Friday. I made it. I took a picture of my work, my fried cutlets, and you're gonna love it. It really came out as golden, and I'm getting a little bit better at it each time I go. I got the pictures for you, Melvin, to prove it. Sarah, how's the late night snacking of a few pinches of shredded cheese dropped in your mouth going? Stay out of that.
Melvin's looking to expand his spank bank with that.
Yeah, by the way, you are the Teachers Federal Credit Union of spank banks, Davyd.
That's right.
There's Joni from Ireland. Oh my God, not
Yulia.
Yulia is his new F buddy, we'll call her.
Oh,
because they won't go out with. I mean, I'm looking at some of these pictures. I've seen them as they happen, and we're not late to it because our commentary is never late. As Ja Rule said, I'm not always there when you call, but I'm always on time. Right? You know that song, right?
Yeah, just like Howard doing a eulogy. It's never late. It's always on time.
I wanted to ask you, and we all agree, and I've been getting so many emails as a virtuoso musician, and I don't use that term loosely.
Yeah.
What is your favorite music to listen to on your own? What is on your Android or iPhone when you're driving around? Pop-wise, whatever.
this is the answer you don't want to hear, but because music is my work, I don't listen to a great deal of music. I mostly listen to podcasts. But
A lot of people like that. Athletes like that. I don't watch basketball because I play it, that kind of thing.
yeah. I mean, I even at the gym, like some people have like some really hardcore, Def Leppard or something. I don't. I listen
Leopard.
to yeah, I don't know. So it's a lot of podcasts. I mean, I listen to a lot of film music just because I'm trying to see what other people are doing, because it helps with my professional development stuff. But yeah, I'm sorry to give such a
That's
disappointing
okay.
answer.
That's
But
not a
yeah.
disappointment. It's a very interesting answer, actually. Brendan says 3 p.m. What about those who work for a living? Davyd, this is Davyd's labor of love, Brendan. We're all working. What does work mean anyway? Noon? You mean arms awake during? What a wise ass that Sarah is. What a wise ass.
You don't think I don't get a 1099 from Sarah at the end of the calendar year?
Is that all you Italians know how to do, scream? Is that all you Italians know how to do, scream and hit?
I love when the clip fades out at the end.
Right.
Like, I think with what's her name, Sunny Hostin, it does that, and it makes it funnier that she doesn't actually finish.
Talk, John. You use the N-word a lot.
Right, it just goes to nowhere.
Right?
That's funny. Yeah.
Oh God, Sarah's such a wise ass. There's little Depp head. We're trying to have her on. She keeps waiting for that call, Gilbert. Waiting for that call, as they said, and Ken Carver said to Gilbert Grape drove by. Well, my favorite, the Mary Steenburgen affair he had from last series. The Orioles are in the postseason, says Isabel. Welcome, welcome. I do love your Orioles, even though I'm an Angels fan. I hope they win it all. It is a team that has been plagued with futility for a long time in the last few years. Bring it. Nothing would make me happier than a Baltimore Orioles or Cleveland Indians World Series. Nothing would make Joni happy. One of the biggest sports fans. The last episode, Sunflower Dragon, this is the Lotus Note. She's like, I'm not really a big sports fan. And what I should have said is, we need to have like next show, we'll start the conversation. If she's on it, we'll have a full sports conversation. So it's you, Bon Jovial, and Sunflower Dragon. And you have to fake the conversation for 10 minutes to see if you can even look convincing that you're all sports fans.
I'll make a Sammy Sosa reference or something. I don't know.
That's not bad. That is not bad. What made you say Sammy Sosa?
That's somewhere in the recesses of my pop culture brain.
This listener here loves the intro that Sarah made. I might add, and I love that name, Femme Natal. Like Natalia or Natalie. That is an excellent name. That is a cool ass name. And it's the intro. It is just as impressive as the intro in some ways. There's my Johnny. There's little Depphead. There's my Johnny. Who's Johnny? Everybody loves the intro. Look at this. Joni, Babs DeRush, A. Smith, Kylo, Sierra, Alpha. That's public domain music too. Hello, hello. I can't stay for long. Well, welcome, Kylo. Stay as long as you want. There's the Sunflower Dragon. I didn't even see her down there.
Oh, hi, Sunflower.
There's great job, by the way, in your native voyage on Lotus Notes. This week, I think you make this week, right? We're gonna do the Fran Drescher Rape.
Oh yeah, on Friday.
Saga. Yeah,
that's right. I'll be there.
And everyone's loving Sunflower Dragon. I mean, Flow. Didn't Depp, Big Sun, we call her Big Dragon or Big Sun or Flow, a big mare. Didn't Depp have a house in New York while dating Kate Moss? Not a house, Joni, but as you people call them, flats in Manhattan. There is a gossip writer who exclusively covered those two. And I might try to get him on. He's a gay black guy from the East Village. And it's a very short span of time, like post Winona Ryder, where they were hanging out in New York, and it's like just before Ed Wood, and I think she was living with other models, Kate Moss,
Mhm.
and they had a flat for a while in New York. Like it's just a glorified for like penthouse or loft or apartment building, and I think it was in the West Village, I want to say. Hi, Mary Adelaide Cruz Fernandez, MACF, we could call you. Happy listening. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Waiting for this for a long time. Yeah, we'll hopefully be. My ultimate schedule would be to do this kind of just like this. Yes, Joni loves your vocab. She's an English teacher, by the way. She loves
Oh,
your
is she?
vocab.
Oh, I didn't know
Yep.
that. Okay.
Yeah, it's my goal. There's somebody we have in our comments. I think his name is Val Armour, which I think is a Legion of Super. That's Karate Kid, by the way. The movie The Karate Kid is actually lifted from a DC Comics character in the Legion of Superheroes.
Oh, I didn't know
And
that.
a lot of
Okay.
people. So if you watch the Karate Kid credits, it says at the end, "Property of DC Comics."
Oh,
I think in very small print.
if only the Stern Show had done that with Fart Man for the National
Oh, God.
Lampoon, not crediting it.
Oh, I know, right?
Yeah.
Right? That's
God.
very true. And so this Val Armour weighs in and is obsessed with your vocabulary and will copy and paste Merriam-Webster definitions of what you say, and then that's all he does. Like, he just writes that and then leaves, and then just goes and that proves he's really listening, because kids are anarchists.
Thank you for creating a glossary for the show notes. That's
I know he's going to strike this week because you had some zingers the other day. Some of those Sunflower Dragon says, Flow says, some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. That is in Jump Street. That is in Jump Street. This isn't about cross burning. Lock me up. I want to talk about Tracy Edwards. Tracy? What? No, you guys are crazy. I want to talk about Tracy Edwards. I cannot wait to do that episode. And that's actually no more Patrick Hasberg when that goes down.
That's right. That's right.
Kylo says, could be my dad as a help. Well, get well, Mr. Sierra Alpha.
Oh, yeah. Sending good vibes to your dad.
Full of anxiety, and I've been dealing with it.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, he's a great staple in our midst.
Yeah.
So get well to Mr. Sierra Alpha. Play this for him, Kylo, if it helps. Sunflower Dragon, finish listening to your last show. Didn't watch it live. You did great. We all agree. And we all agree. Barbara DeRush. Let me just go through these and we'll get to our videos. What do you want to do first? Danny Elfman or Burton or Yulia?
Whatever you want. I can my thing I sent you is like 1:30. It's pretty short. It's the only Elfman Davyd thing I could think of without having to make a separate thing.
Davyd seems like a Smiths fan. You know the Smiths, Morrissey?
Yes. Yeah.
You know, he supposedly lived in Depp's Sweetser cul-de-sac. Yeah. Can you verify that? Can you?
Well, I only know that from you guys. When I
you
drove
were there, what houses weren't his?
Well, see, the thing is, like, I only made it as far as Isaac Baruch's house, and then it's such a scary. It's a very steep hill. There's a lot of blind turns. So someday I'll get the nerve to actually drive up that entire hill, or I'll have a friend do it so I can film.
Okay. No big deal.
But yeah, well, I want to do my December Deppening tour. Every time I go a little bit further up Sweetser to see what I see. And
I was reading stuff on Isaac Baruch last week, and he has a crazy background. Like, as far as I think he's been arrested 3 times for various drug possessions and and he has been bailed out by Depp on more than one occasion in the 90s and out of and all those guys. So he's part of that, you know, with Jonathan Shaw and the gun running he was doing. Yeah, I mean, he met him when he was 18. I think Baruch is a year older than Depp, a year or 2. And Yeah, he was in this like kind of shitty punk band, and it
Yeah.
kind of went nowhere, and he's sort of in and out. It's a very bizarre existence he has.
It'd be
keeps
funny
track of.
if like Depp made like Depp gave him that house on Sweetser to make him the fall guy for the drug enforcement agency
Oh
waiting
my
at the bottom
God.
of the hill.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, how does Isaac Baruch get arrested? And Depp's literally this conduit to Pablo Escobar,
Right.
according, and George Young's his friend. And shit. Like I say this all the time. If you were serious about busting people you would sit outside his compound and just follow Nathan Holmes to right to Pablo Escobar or Stephen
Meanwhile,
Deuters, or whoever. That's how he's getting
yeah,
it.
every other house on Sweetser gets busted except for his mansion, right?
Or Tom Hansen himself would sit outside waiting
Yeah.
for the real Johnny Depp. Could you imagine if Johnny Depp got busted by Tom Hansen in the Jump Street verse? Wouldn't that be great?
That is a meta comedy video waiting to happen.
Or a
right there.
fanfic.
Yeah,
Right?
that's true.
Yes, it's Zoom is tough. It's an odd sound, but we get through it. It's never perfect. Look at Mark. Who am I? Mark Everly over here. Rob was my lover, Robin. Mark Everly. Do you know about the fist fight Holly Robinson had with Robin Gibbons in high school? Suffice to say, Holly hits harder than Tyson does, I might add. As you could imagine, as one would think.
Yeah.
Where is she? Where is my girl? Where is the one that got away?
Hey, John and Sarah, it's Holly Robinson Pete. How you doing?
There's Tam Fan listening at work. Welcome, Tamara Francois, who is a big fan of Holly Robinson, as a matter of fact.
I love I just love that we get a glimpse at her Christmas tree. Like I booked that cameo around the holidays. So it's like, oh, they have that kind of Christmas tree. Very
as
fun.
one would expect, right?
Right.
From the Robinson Pete household.
Right.
I think you could get away with doing a Holly Robinson Pete podcast and talk about her. She has a pretty
she's been on
vast
enough
career.
shows.
She's a ton of stuff. Angel News. Otani hit. Yeah, it's the 50-50 Club. They're going to rename. Jay-Z is going to rename the club to the 50-50 Club, Tone Cott, in New York. You know what the 40-40 Club was? Davyd, it was Jay-Z opened a club, and what it means is it's so exclusive to get in that only guys who have 40 home runs and 40 stolen bases can get into this club. And there's like 5, at the time. And that was his homage to the 40-40 Club. It's actually a cool name. I actually think it's a cool name. It's pompous as hell, as you could imagine from the likes of Jay-Z, but it's a cool name. There's Johnny Bye Bye. Depp is now literally calling his latest grift. I agree with that, Johnny. I agree with that. I'm not sure if we're going to get to this. He's talking about, a bunch of stuff is now a Depp museum in Chelsea, Manhattan. And it's supposedly, and I'm more interested in the childhood stuff than it's all him curating his own stuff. Now, for a guy who, we'll get into this more extensively. I'm not sure we're going to have time today. For a guy who's wants to keep his private life private, and I feel violated from Fairfax, shouldn't you be going as far away from this as possible? Is this not using your fame in the worst way? Is this not, how do I put this? It has to be. And how would a guy who lost $650 million be funding this unless it's from Prince MBS, and it is in fact a grift and a cash grab? I agree with that.
His new sugar daddy. Is the museum? Is it just movie memorabilia, or is it like stuff from his personal life? Or
I think it's both. It's a lot of everything, and somebody who they know, there's no way he's going to his agents and managers and negotiating this with a huge, fucking loft museum space in Chelsea.
Right.
By the way, did you know he owned a restaurant very close to there called Man Ray years ago? Yeah, in the late 90s, with Sean Penn and John Malkovich. And it was right around
The bar
there.
trio.
And sometimes one wonders if that's the same space.
That's a good question. Yeah,
Forget about
first of
that
all,
all the time.
first of all, what a bizarre trio that is. I don't know how.
He's not friends with Sean Penn. They used to be. I'm going to look some other day. I'm going to look into this. Sean Penn. Do you remember this? You heard the Stern interview with Depp,
Yes.
right? So Howard goes, Johnny, what do you do? What do you hang out with, like Sean Penn or something? He goes like, no, I don't hang out with Sean Penn, no. And it was weird. The delivery sounded like he didn't like him, right? And cut to, they used to get compared a lot that they were the best actors of their generation. It was like, so then cut to a couple years later, Sean Penn's being interviewed in a magazine I'm reading, like Movie Line or Premiere or something, and he goes,
Right.
they're name dropping with him, and Sean Penn goes, he's like Johnny Depp's not an actor anymore. He's a performer. He's not emoting real emotions on screen. He's hiding behind, makeup and disguise and stuff. He's not really an actor. He's a performer. And it really pissed me off at the time, but I understand now what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean, because he's been doing that. I mean, as far back as Edward Scissorhands, you could make that claim that that's a performance more than, it's like he's like a silent film star in that movie.
But we say this all the time. He has tons of characters with no speaking lines. Even in Gilbert Grape, it's very, very stilted. If you put Gilbert's lines, I bet you it wouldn't be more than 4 minutes in the entire movie speaking lines.
Wow.
How about Sam and Benny and June? What does he have? 3 lines in the whole movie?
Yeah. I mean, then I think of a movie where he's more chatty, like Sleepy Hollow or something like,
And that, I mean, Bob Crane is, speed talking a lot, and he could do it. But what he's saying is, and I say this all the time, he doesn't play normal guys who have mundane dialogue. He, like a guy just in regular time playing a regular guy. It's just not, he looks bored with it all. He tried it in The Tourist, and it he looks like he's gonna fall asleep every time he does it.
Yeah, or even like Secret Window or something. I feel like, wasn't he playing a writer who?
Yeah,
I don't think he was
Stephen
that
King,
distant. Yeah, right.
There's not a ton of dialogue, and he's by himself in a house,
right,
eating Doritos and drinking Mountain Dew, and sleeping, depressed on a couch. There's not a ton of lines in that movie, and one of the things I love about Jump Street is that is if you take shots at that show, you got a problem with me. And it is the most extensive time you will see Depp acting like a real guy, having real conversations with real people. You've watched enough of the show, right? What characters he played in a movie that's anything like that since?
Well, and also it's hard for me to connect that it's the same guy that plays Jack Sparrow, for example.
Which is a huge compliment to him. Huge.
Right. Yeah. That but I wish that I would love to see him in a very dialogue heavy Aaron Sorkin type of deal. I actually think he may have some hidden talents there, with some really witty dialogue, and that would be great.
It's on him to accept the role. You know how many offers he gets even to this day, which is not nearly, I'm certainly, it's been curtailed and it's all weird now. And let's take him at his peak of his powers before all the Amber Heard stuff. Nobody was getting offered more shit than him. Right. So you're avoiding that. You're clearly avoiding it.
You're right. It's harder work to not take this kind of work than it is to take it, probably. Yeah.
And we've learned with the earpiece thing and Keenan Wyatt that he's not into memorizing scripts too much.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's very time consuming, right? If you're the lead actor, right, and the movie is hinged on your shoulders, who's got to memorize the most dialogue? That guy.
Right. Yeah.
And how long does that take?
I mean, well, and especially if you don't have a talent, or you don't think you have a talent for it, or you just or you just don't want to put in that kind of effort, you know. I mean, again, I just think it's bizarre that he thinks that music is the love of his life when he looks bored there.
Doing that.
He looks bored doing that. You know, it's like, if I was someone who had an alleged torturous acting career for 35 years and was finally reunited with my first love of music, I would be, you couldn't stop me. I'd be the most animated. I'd be the most involved. I'd be the most self-promotional about it. And it's still, the music thing still seems like a covert, he doesn't really want to air it out in the public in a big heavy duty way. He just wants to appear and like with his guitar.
He wants the cool factor of
right.
being a musician, of being a guitarist. And is
Right.
it about the music, or is it about a persona that you're trying to keep? Or this was the first thing I tried to do. And we heard from that producer, Tom Wotat. He didn't have
Yeah.
stuff musically. He in fact, he called him the worst guitarist he ever heard.
And maybe Depp figures the audience just knows so little about music production or guitar playing that it doesn't even matter. He's never going to be criticized.
Well, right. That's 90-something% of the Deptford wives that don't have a clue of what a lick is or what a note is. You are a virtuoso musician. If you say he looks bored, if you say he's a mediocre to below average guitarist, I believe you.
Yeah. And you said, and the same thing with the Deptford wives, you said, you know, they don't know the difference between Ed Wood and Ed Hardy, you know.
Yes.
So it's like they don't know his acting either.
This
you know?
current crop of
just
fake
cute.
fans that came along after the Amber Heard trial, they don't know shit about shit. I don't want their opinion on it. I don't care. They're all over that Yulia Vlasova Instagram screaming at her, then oh my god, and they're having the same talking points all over. And I love the one that they go, I just want Johnny to be happy. I don't care what the age difference is. No, you don't. You want him to marry you. You think if I post on here, he will see this and he will drop her and take me on. You know that's behind it all, right?
Yeah,
Am I right?
they want to be the Florence Nightingale to his ailing hospital patient. That's what they want. They want to be his savior.
Leave it to a guy in his early 30s with a Florence Nightingale reference, which I'm not even capable of saying. And I can be a complete novice on Florence Nightingale, for Christ's sake. Good God. Steve Rogers, what do you have to say about this? Oh God, it's never there when you need it.
I'm 95, I'm not dead.
Well, all the guys from my barbershop quartet are dead, so no.
Karate Kid, oh God, it was in a legion of superheroes, which is kind of like a futuristic. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it. It's continuity that's different from the regular continuity, and Superman time travels with them, and they're a bunch. They have like really corny names like Pharaoh Lad, and I can imagine like Karate Kid and Cosmic Boy and Saturn Girl and Muscle Boy and Matter Eater Lad is one.
Oh God.
So it's just a bizarre continuity.
You can see all the DC executives like spinning in their spinny chairs at the office, just like throwing out like adjectives and nouns, trying to see if anything works for a superhero name.
That's funny. That's what happens. Like I always imagine what the pitch meeting is when these guys are creating these characters, like how that went. It's so funny. I was thinking about that the other day. The creation of that.
They're going
you're
through
running
like
out of ideas, right? At some point, you're running out of powers and ideas and names and what you said. Denovan, you could have like a supervillain called Inequity. Like you start to run out. Like you start thinking like big vocabulary words. Like Monolith could be a superhero, like the Monolith.
I mentioned an isosceles triangle 2 episodes ago, and we determined like isosceles would be a good.
That'd be the greatest name for a superhero, isosceles. Right? I mean, it sounds like Hercules and Colossus. It has that sort of like strong thing. Great name. It's Kilo, G Canada. I know Americans don't understand the metric system, but it's Kilo. And he puts it in front. He's such a douche. He's such a ball breaker.
The chat is very saucy today. My goodness.
There's nothing better than when G Canada makes fun of my masculinity with testicular provenance,
Right,
or
right.
I'm too Americanized and I'm not as well traveled as him, or and
Which,
it's, no,
which
he's
is so
just
funny
trying to be.
because like Americanized is like the most alpha thing you can be, you know.
Yeah,
We're just like,
and I've gone on
oh,
record that
boy.
I like Canada better than the United States.
Yeah,
Whether it's Alpha Flight or Flow or and I have no problem saying it.
G
So
Canada. I'll be in Toronto at the end of January, by the way. So we
really,
should we should get a beer together or something.
there's a few people from that would be great. You two in the same room. God damn. Like
I
you
think the
think
Earth
G
would split
Canada
in
was
two.
yes, you'd think G Canada was homophobic, but he's
I
not.
don't think
Somehow
so.
he's not. Like
I
Canadians,
never got that impression either.
nah.
Yeah.
You think he would because he's so God. The testosterone just drips out of the
Right.
chat, right? It's like I have a testosterone app, and it just won't even. He just it makes me explode. ECB40 says, I'm not trying to downplay his friendship with Isaac, but he's over 60 and he's never done anything other than leech off Depp. Yeah, I mean, Depp, look, when you have the money he had and the resources and access, I think I would be doing the same thing. If I had friends who weren't particularly thriving financially, like, fuck it. I got 10 houses, take one. If I was that
Yeah.
close to them, I would like to think I'd do the same thing. Family members or whatever. Are you taking advantage of me? I don't give a shit. He's never home. What's taking advantage of him even mean?
Right. I mean, right. Isaac is not even noticeable in his leechery.
Yes.
I'm shocked those penis paintings aren't flying off the
I know
shelves.
he's got this just wretched, deviant artwork that's just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I love how the Deptfords, they're trying to be like enamored with him after the trial, and then these fucking like, the most grotesque, devious, sexually,
Right.
offensive paintings come out. Like, hey Isaac, that's really great.
Yeah.
And
With
they're
a
just
gun
like
to their heads off
repulsed
camera.
by it.
Right.
Yeah.
It would be funny to do, like, because they are so close in age, Depp and Isaac, to like do a side by side every year picture of them every year
yeah,
of
the
their life,
age. Yes, that's funny.
just to see how money makes the difference, in terms of how
Yeah,
you
yeah.
age. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we always complain about like the haves and the have-nots, like how there's like how much unused space in this country is there right now? Like we have the worst, most embarrassing homeless issue in this country.
Yeah.
And there's how many mansions right now sitting like in the Hamptons unused or used like 10% of the year. Look at Howard, right? Those two
Yeah.
skeletwats have three fucking look at all the room they have unused. Right. And so Depp's saying, you know what? I don't need all this shit. Let me help my friends and family out. There's nothing more. If everybody was like him, we'd have no problems.
And it's much more noble than, North Shore animal. Animals are the easiest thing to be an advocate for because
it takes no effort to, yeah.
Well, and also
depends on who you are. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, of course, everybody loves animals,
Of course,
but
like who hates animals? Right, right.
but I always think of I'm sorry, I will make this a very small Lotus Notes tangent, but in Benji's interview of Beth, she said she prefers animal eyes to watch, like she only wants animals' eyes watching her. And I remember like Benjamin made the point of like, because animals will not pass judgment, they won't tell you that you're wrong, they won't, so it's much easier to deal with that than to deal with people who are in need, because they may have judgments of you for being just a money hoarding billionaire,
Yes. Judgments, opinions, it's harder to deal, it's like you can't control their every thought and move.
Well, and you may do things wrong in your efforts to try to be a better person and help them, and
Right.
they don't want to face consequences for that. They don't want to face the idea that maybe they'll make little mistakes here and there about what the money should be doing, and you have to be open to that,
Well, whoever created, whoever's coined the, you can't take it with you, it couldn't be more right. Like some of those things you hear over and over again, you think is a platitude or a cliche, couldn't be better, and they're used a lot for a reason. You cannot take it with you.
Yeah.
So if I'm someone who has $650 million to my name and I die, what did you do with it?
Right.
Well, shouldn't you be? I mean, shouldn't you be making things around you? But it isn't going with you. It isn't. So is
And
the
we know
game to
how
spend as much before you die, like spend it all? I know he has kids, well, so we think. Not anymore. It seems like
so
I
we
don't know what
think.
to make of Lily Rose and Jack right now. But
That's
go ahead.
funny.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I mean, we also know on average how long a human being lives. So
Right.
at some point in your life, you start to think like, oh, okay, I'm in the third act of my life. Maybe, listen, even if I live another 40 years to the age of 100, I know that I have enough to live 250 years or something,
Yes.
there's something I could do with this money that might make leave the world a better place than when I got here,
That's supposedly our goal, right? You're supposed to
Right.
leave it better for the next generation. But as you know, many parents don't think on that level, and they like to say they do, but they don't actually
Well, they
walk the
want it
walk.
for their kids. That
Right.
people have kids for the wrong reasons. Where it's like, my kid is a house that I'm going to build in my own image, and it's like, no. The house is already built. You just have to turn on the lights, and so the house can see what kind of house it is.
And that was my point about Fairfax. You remember, like Depp's saying, "Look, this trial is for my kids to, vindication for my kids." Like they're kind of like out of. He's worried about like
Yeah.
being teased in high school. I mean, so he claims, right? So then, so this is about your kids. My point was, then why aren't they there supporting their father? That was
I
his
don't know.
big. That was his big windup to the point of the trial. This is for my kids, so they don't. Now, if your kids know you so well, shouldn't they believe you anyway? Why do you have to prove it to them in this? They were around this relationship. They know
Right.
the truth. And why aren't they there supporting their dad if this trial is fun? And any money incurred is supposedly going to them. So
Yeah.
where are they?
Yeah, it's funny. I have a family member who was recently diagnosed with being bipolar, and their mother, is doesn't know that I know because she still thinks that I'm a 5-year-old who shouldn't know these, So I
Yes.
just think about that with like Depp, where do you think your kids aren't of age that they should be like, is the trial proving something to them that they don't already know? Like you just said, I'm just reiterating
Yeah,
what you just
they
said.
were supposedly had a first row seat to all this
Right.
through a lot of it. I mean, Lily Rose lived illegally, statutory rape, in the same penthouse, Eastern Columbia building.
Right.
So she knows more than anybody does. Who are we kidding?
Yeah, that's what the trial should really be about, by the way. Like, forget this nonsense with Amber and Johnny. Who cares? You had a bad breakup.
Show.
Like, oh, Lord.
And there's one of the audios they released. Depp actually said just what you said. He goes, I don't know to Amber Heard. He goes, I don't know what do I have left? 10 years, 15 years, maybe 20 years. And then he's like, this is not the way I want to go out. I said this all throughout covering that trial. It was like the biggest, it's unavoidable, and it's happening still impossibly all the time. That relationship and that trial is now the first thing you think about when you look at him. And that was the worst thing to happen to televising it, because now his whole persona has been enveloped by that Fairfax trial, and you're forgetting about everything else. Like it or not, I warned everybody that was going to happen, and here we are, 2 years later, and it's worse than I thought.
And the court of public opinion thing that probably helped him be found innocent, just because the optics were so much better for having Brown Rudnick and also, like, I still think of the jury witnessing everyone in the viewing gallery waving at Johnny Depp goodbye with big smiles on their faces, watching that every day and and thinking there was some kind of objectivity.
If I always feel like he's coming out of this, and we don't know how Hollywood. If Hollywood's blacklisting him,
Yeah.
they're not going to tell you they're blacklisting him. Are they going to
Right.
announce? Are you going to have like super producers? They're just going to, quote unquote, as the kids say, ghost him.
Yeah. And then when asked about it, they'll do what Gary does. It's like, oh, he's around, you know.
Yeah. One of the worst things about Jean Dubarry, which I hate with a passion in every way. It's the only time he's ever had a female director in his life, by the way.
Right.
100 films, one female director, and it was forced on him from Prince MBS. That his star power isn't what you think it is selling tickets. If it was so massive, it proved that the Depp-Burtons aren't really film fans because the film made no money. Where were
Right.
they for Minamata? Where were they for all the stuff? City of Lies. So what that does is it mightily hurts his star power, because putting him in a film is not going to boost the box office enough for them to want the baggage he comes with in most of these things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And by the way, like I work, you know, I would love to see him work with Catherine Bigelow or Greta Gerwig or something. You know, it's like it would be fun to see him work with like a competent female director, because they direct a lot of genre of movies that I actually think he would be really good in, you know.
Yeah.
But
again, if you have your own production company, right? Infinitum Nihil, what is it fucking for? If you're not going to completely spearhead creatively from A to Z. In fact, I can make a case that I think it's a fact that he spearheading a movie, and I'm not talking about fucking Modi, which I could give a shit about.
Or The Brave.
He's controlling the musical score. He controls the soundtrack. He controls the dialogue. He controls the acting. He controls. What better creative outlet is there than that? The Hollywood vampires, where you're doing karaoke covers and you're putting your head down and drifting off in the background, strumming a guitar that's seemingly not plugged in. Because I don't know what note he's playing. If you don't know what note he's playing, he's really not playing.
Yeah. Well, I think what it is that this reveals, as much as he has a good heart and everything, I do think, like, I'll admit this for myself, he is a narcissist. And so it's like, it's much more immediately satisfying to be on stage with a guitar than it is to be behind the scenes running a production company. His ultimate goal probably is to just be seen looking cool, as we always say. Yeah. And you're not going to have an audience watching you have meetings for your production company. So I think having a production company is sort of the thing to do if you're as successful as he is. And, you know, maybe it's a tax write-off. I don't know.
He doesn't seem to like to engage in that part of the business for any length of time, too. So in order to do that, right, you have to be full on all over. It seems like he shot Modi in like a week and a half. So I don't know how that thing, for him to star in it, direct it, and I'm not talking about The Brave, which I remember him complaining about how much hard work The Brave was, right? So in order to do this, you got to immerse yourself. You can't be fucking jetting, you know, taking the private jet every 5 feet to hang out with one dinosaur rocker to the next, and then helm a movie like that, right? This is impossible. It's so much work to really dig in and do that.
Yeah, I think that Depp is up for the hard work if it comes with regular opportunities for him to show off that he's working hard. That, you know what I mean? Like as long as it's broadcast to an audience where he can get sort of he can get the endorphin release of knowing people are watching him, quote, work hard. Then he's up for it. But I don't know. Yeah.
G Canada goes, Arm talking about other people desperate to marry Depp. You got to be kidding me. Let's be honest. Arm would drop everything in a heartbeat for that position. Thick.
I feel like doing the show at noon. It just we caught everybody at a weird energy.
It's a good energy though at this time. Mid afternoon, it really is.
Yeah, people are feisty.
Joni says,
today.
yeah, he rewrote his lines for Jack Sparrow. I think he's a better writer than he is a musician, a dialogue writer, and just a guy who does. He's written some pieces for Rolling Stone and he's a
Can
lot
you
of good
imagine if
forewords. He's a very good writer.
Can you imagine if he had been on Curb, like just improvising off a
that would have been
bullet point
great.
list?
I wonder if he's ever been approached for that shit. Oh, that would have been great. Curb, fucking Vince Vaughn, who I despise, is on that. Get Vince Vaughn out of there and replace him with Depp.
Agreed. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's a great idea. Sunflowers. His female fans think they can save him. The hot guy, crazy girl trope. She's so right. Well said, son. Flow. Isosceles would be a great name for a small dog. That's good too. I like
a
that.
wiener dog. Yeah.
There's friggin' Nick earlier than the Norse normal.
Oh yeah.
Welcome, Nick. Davyd, I'll gladly make the trip from the suburbs to Toronto to meet you. I'm old and my parents are very old. They did not tolerate discrimination at all, nor do I. I am prejudiced against assholes. Don't say it. Go ahead. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I listen, I feel very, it feels like a very gay friendly crowd in the chat always. So
yes, but that's the Canadians, right? I mean, don't they seem to rise above in every behavioral way that they seem to just be raised better than most with these innate class and not the lack of elitism and stuff. Telez 99, what's up, Telez?
Hello.
Tone cut. I would take my money to the grave. That's sweet. I'd be buried in a solid gold coffin. Definitely. Babe Lewis, welcome.
Tone cut. I will build you a mausoleum. I will.
Johnny Bye Bye with his. I keep offering him to come on, and he just won't take. Johnny, you got anything on the Barisi book? Anything turn up on that? I desperately want to go over that. If you can, sir. Lily Rose knows her father is a raging drunk. Are you a drunk? Just look at her text messages. Yes. The text messages with Amber. I agree. She knows full well. Talented girl. See, if I were Depp, here's what I would do. Here's how I would pursue music. I would tour with my daughter singing.
Yeah.
And I'd play guitar. That's what I would do. F the Hollywood vampires. I say this, and I mean this with love. If I were running the show, I would tear down everything in his life to the studs and replace assistants, security, hangers on. Everybody's gone. All of them gone. Script managers. I haven't agreed with a single creative decision he's made in what feels like 10 years, except for City of Lies.
Right.
That's a long ass time.
And the personnel decisions that he's made in his life in terms of who he hires. Yeah.
I mean, everything. I mean, I haven't agreed with who he hangs out with. The music side, I disagree with all of it. I would tear it all down and start over.
That would be funny if Johnny and Lily Rose were like the new Judds for our generation.
Or what's her name? Miley Cyrus.
Oh, and Billy Ray Cyrus. Yeah.
She's an very talented singer, as she should. That's her mom and the nepotism, and she doesn't have to work a part-time job like kids. That's the life. Right, so she can sit there and hold, but she's a very good singer. If you watch The Idol and just watch her sing, it's as good as any pop star that gets signed. So that would be great. Funny. If I wanted to spend my golden years, the way to do it, I would absolutely set. You know how big that would be?
Oh yeah, and you get to spend time with your kids, which is probably all you want to do in your twilight
touring
years,
with them. Absolutely would do that. Yeah. She is a better singer than he is a guitarist, I might say.
Right. So put her in front, and she's the talent eye candy portion of the stage, and he's
in our ending. We do the Canadian national anthem. She sings that with Kevin Smith's daughter, Harley Quinn.
That's right.
And that's what that is. He's playing guitar in that. You see the guy he's playing?
Yeah.
Guy Lapointe, and that's how he should be playing guitar. See the way he lifts it up to his chin and he spit? That's how he should look all the time. But he's acting.
And it's funny, Jack Depp strikes me as someone who is like DJing all of these like yacht parties and stuff. Like he seems like someone who's like, I'm not going to learn how to play an actual instrument. I'm just going to DJ and like
I'm going to be
one
the
of those
Lucas
people that makes
Delabate
it.
of France.
Right. The Hyde House of the Depp family.
Yes. That's so funny. I that is like the perfect gig for a nepo baby to just hide out like the DJ.
Oh, for a jet setting, shiftless young man like him, sure.
Ne'er-do-well.
Right.
Hi, I'm a shiftless ne'er-do-well. Nepo baby. Vanessa's allowed to Lily did it. Yeah, Vanessa Parody is to blame too. ECB40. She is no angel in this either. I don't want to hear about.
That's a significant
it's okay in
age
France.
range, yeah.
We do that in France. No, fuck that. When you're friends with Roman Polanski, all bets are off. No, fuck that. It's so disgusting. Even just the optics of it. I don't want to hear it. Stop making excuses for these two twats.
Yeah.
Lily Rose desperately needs a sandwich, no matter what Johnny says. Cocaine and cigarettes are not an appropriate diet. She is unbelievably thin, and they just don't. Yeah,
you can see her food digesting in front of you. You can see like the muscles pushing the food down. Like she's so emaciated.
Johnny, bye. Lily Rose is hot as fuck in The Idol. She definitely has a presence, but I think her singing is very underrated. And it's
funny. She has kind of a Keira Knightley face. I always felt it's weird that she just the combo of Vanessa and Johnny. I always felt that she kind of looks like Keira Knightley.
Look at this guy. ECB40 says, also, nobody cares about the trial. It's been 2 years old. Are you kidding me with that? It is everywhere. How many Amber Heard trolls are there on Twitter and Instagram all day, every day? Her name still comes up in searches. You got to stop deluding yourself. You are living in honestly, that's such a that's a grasp of reality. It is not going away. Everything he does, it's everywhere. I'm talking about the collective, the fake fans. They cannot get off of it. Amber Heard's name comes up everywhere I look. I follow every goddamn Instagram profile. It is not going anywhere. You are deluding yourself if you think that's the case.
Also, he hasn't done anything to knock it out of the,
No,
like we say,
what's replaced it? Right.
Right.
Do you remember I said that during the trial? I said he needs to do something so spectacular, so undeniable, Academy Awards shit, even if it's just a huge moneymaker. And that is the only thing that's going to smack that back out of his zeitgeist.
Yeah. He needs his Mickey Rourke wrestler moment.
Yeah, that's a great comparison, actually. And he's done amazing performances that are better than the wrestler and on the level of it. Like, I think Black Mass is as good as acting performance as anybody's given.
And also he's his.
But that's before all that. That was before all that.
And he's in better shape than Mickey Rourke was, just in terms of personal life. And he's not he's not a derelict, like Mickey Rourke is.
Davyd goes, any issues, just tell me. Tamara Francois says, Davyd, any issues, just tell me. I'll put hits out to protect you and your vocabulary. That's so funny. Imagine putting a hit out for shaming someone's vocabulary.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, we do love Davyd, Cindy Clausen. Agreed.
Oh,
the Canadians are so tolerant and polite. Why are they always fighting when they play hockey? That's a great point, Tonecott. Right? Hockey.
They got to get it out somewhere.
Yeah, maybe. Hockey is a sport that crutches on fighting too much, right? It doesn't stand on its own, so people need to watch it for the fighting. If the sport was so enriching and entertaining, you wouldn't need fights to be legal. It's always funny too, and I don't want to get off on this rabbit hole, but isn't it funny how in sports it's not assault if you get into a fist fight with someone?
Yes.
I can go sucker. Let's say I'm playing baseball, right? Somebody pegs me. I walk to first base and I just go, you know what, man? He meant that. And you just walk up to the pitcher and punch him in the face.
Right.
Right. That's assault. So if I'm playing a sport, all laws go out the way. Can I just shoot someone? If
it's like you're in international waters. Like, oh, we can't prosecute. You were too far out in the Atlantic. Right?
That's so brilliant, Davyd. International waters. On a basketball court, I get submarined, and I say, I don't like that. He meant I go and I just haul off and knock someone out.
Right.
It's not, that's assault. Like you would go up to someone on the street and punch them. You would get arrested. Why is it not considered assault if you're in an athletic field?
Yeah, and I wonder if it's because players don't want to look like they can't take it, where it's like they're running to mommy to press charges.
Of course that's it.
Like, I'm sure something could be done about it, but it's an image thing, probably.
David Stern and Adam Silver, the NBA commissioner, are really have actually, to give him credit on one thing, they've put the clamps down on violence, and they know, because of the Malice in the Palace in 2004, they say, we're like, okay, we can't have this image. And the penalties are, if you watch an NBA fight, what these guys will, you go, why aren't they engaging? Because they know how much money they'll be fined. I mean, they are already rich, but you talk about, I think sometimes some of these fines go up as high as like 7 figures.
Right.
So when you're about to haul off on someone, in your mind, you're going, oh shit, 1.5 million, $700,000. I better not. And that's what stops it. Because if they do, the sport doesn't stand on its own. You're interested in fighting, then watch UFC.
Right. Yeah. They can't have the starting lineup of the 76 Philadelphia Flyers just causing havoc everywhere they go.
Did you just combine the Philadelphia 76ers and the Philadelphia Flyers?
I think that's my one sports joke for today.
That was great. That's so cute.
I probably combine. I don't even know what I'm saying. I just probably combined like 3 things that don't belong together.
ECB40 goes, Lily might know her father's a drunk, but she wanted him to stay with Amber Heard, even though Depp said it might not work. Yes, she did. That is a fact. And it's funny how everybody in Depp's life turns lesbian. You have Lily, Amber Heard, and Rochelle Hathaway are all lesbians now.
That's right.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Also, by the way, other people's fathers are drunks. I mean, it's like you can still have compassion towards someone who, is an alcoholic in your family and still want to have a relationship with them, as long as they're.
I'm gonna defend Depp's alcoholism here for a minute.
Yeah.
I don't think drinking is his problem.
Yeah.
I think hard drugs is his problem.
Mm.
That drinking's, from what I hear, for all intents, he's such a heavyweight, constitution-wise, a Tamara Francois-like constitution.
Yeah.
That alcohol can't even nudge him. You need elephant tranquilizers to knock this guy out. So alcohol is not a problem. It's the other shit.
Yeah.
Stop blaming the alcohol all the time. That's nothing to him.
I think the cigarettes alone are like.
Oh, totally. I would way rather he quit smoking. Absolutely, yeah. Davyd. I would way rather he quit smoking than alcohol. Way rather. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Another great point by you, by a great man. ECB4 says, I love Lily's singing and acting. I loved her in Idol, even though they exploited her. Yeah, she showed her talents in that. No, Johnny Bye-Bye is going to make a sex comment here, a dirty comment. But yeah, she showed her talents in that. And I'll say this again, and this is a credit to Lily. We all heard Depp criticizing Amber Heard on tape, going, yeah, maybe I was worried that you had something else to offer instead of fucking whipping your tits out. Well, then what are your own fucking daughter does every 10 seconds on Instagram? I have not seen her in something see-through. She's nude in the Idol more than Elizabeth Berkley in Showgirls.
Right. That would be funny.
Why would you not? Isn't a father's first order of business, as Chris Rock said, is to keep your daughter off the pole?
Well, and at least Lily had better dialogue than, my breasts, my vagina, my.
Are you saying that this could be Amber Heard in some ways? Where am I here? Hold on a second.
Yeah, sure.
Here it is.
Sexual, spiritual, sexual, both and in all. spiritual, oh, like hell. The name of God. My breasts, my white shining legs, my vagina.
Depp and Howard have more in common than they think.
They really
keeping
do.
their daughters in line. Yeah.
Someone goes, why does every celebrity daughter want to be a pop singing career? I know Brooke Hogan tried that. I don't, because maybe, because it's kind of easy, Tone Cot. Like you're really there. There's no talent barometer for it. You just show up and sing, and they're there to see your name, not as much as there's no what's the word I'm looking for? Metric or merit based anything, right? You just show up.
Also, so much of what people are evaluating is the production around you. It's do we like the melody of the song? Do we like the hook of the song? Do we like the guitar work? Do we like the way the background instrumentals are produced? So the actual singing quality. It's interesting. Like sometimes I think there are singers where, God, their voice is just so distinctive and no one could do what they do with their voice. The songs themselves are like whatever. And then there's the opposite where the songs are amazing, but the vocals are sort of like replaceable,
Yeah.
So I think they hope to get into that side of it where it's like, just write me a bunch of shit, make me sound good, and I'll stand there and deliver it like a parrot,
I'll never forget my cousin woke me up to something kind of what you just said, that he goes to me once, we're probably like in our late teens. He's like, I'm still trying to figure out Rod Stewart's brilliance. The guy can't, he's the worst singer I've ever heard. He's not a good looking guy. I don't know his music is basic bitch stuff. I don't understand what this legend is. I don't get Rod Stewart. Why is he elevated? And we were just like, if he had to come out today, it would never work. Like it would, people's like, are you kidding me? Who is this frog voice? If you think I'm sexy, who would go for that? So we were hypnotized into thinking he's a good singer. He's horrible.
And that's the thing, is like the field was so not as oversaturated as it is today that someone like Rod Stewart could succeed despite clearly being an inferior option,
But it's never called on it. Like if Rod Stewart was on American Idol, right? What would Simon Cowell do to him?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think Simon Cowell is particularly snipey with other British guys because I think he's insecure. So that actually would be really funny.
It would be like a great I don't know, sketch.
That's
like,
that's
real
kind
singers
of
have to try out again for them, and they have to put aside their star power, and they have to judge them how a new singer would be. Rod Stewart would get laughed off the stage if you tried that shit today.
That would be really interesting, actually, to like, you have to re-audition for show business in front of the American Idol panel.
Very funny, I agree.
And they figure out some way to do it as like a blind item thing where it's like they don't see who it is, but they're hearing the vocals.
Absolutely, that would be a tremendous bit. That would be great. All right, where are we gonna go here? You want to do Elfman first?
Sure.
Okay, this is Davyd's. Now you put this together. You found this.
Oh, this. I thought this would be a fun way to kick it off. This is from 10 years ago. It's an orchestra that I played in, and we did a Danny Elfman concert. Danny was there, and Danny wrote the theme song to The Simpsons, and so I kind of point myself out in the cello section. You can't really see me, but yeah, it's just a quickie fun thing, I thought.
I mean, everybody knows who he is. He's one of the most prolific composers in all of pop culture, like right up there with John Williams and Hans Zimmer. He's all the Burton stuff. He did Spider-Man too.
He did Men in Black. He did Dick Tracy. He did just tons of movies.
Tons and tons of stuff. Yeah. So before I do this, I'm going to read his allegations while we're doing this. So this is from Variety. And Danny Elfman hit with defamation lawsuit by fellow composer who accused, she's like a protege kind of thing, right? Like who accuses him of egregious sexual harassment litigation field in LA includes graphic allegations of misconduct by renowned musician and songwriter. Boy, he's got in Oingo Boingo, the band he was in.
Yeah.
Boy, is there some telling. He is. I'll try to play it later.
Yeah.
Composer Nomi. Did I just hit mute? Or you hear me, right?
No, I hear
Okay,
you.
good.
Yeah.
Composer Nomi Abadi is suing Batman and Beetlejuice composer Danny Elfman for defamation stemming from statements he made to Rolling Stone last year that were included in an investigative piece about a settlement that he made with his one-time protege after she accused him of repeated sexual harassment and misconduct. Abadi's lawsuit filed Wednesday in LA Superior Court alleges that Elfman peddled appalling lies for publication to Rolling Stone about Nomi. The list of alleged lies covers statements made by the Simpsons composer and representatives that claimed he did not engage in sexual misconduct toward Abadi, never masturbated in front of her, a very Louis C.K. of him, never touched her appropriately, and never placed his body fluids in a martini glass he presented to Nomi, as she alleged. The complaint also slammed Elfman and his team for depicting Abadi as a scorned woman seeking revenge and money to make Elfman pay for having rejected her, and the idea that she invited Elfman's misconduct, including by requesting that he take nude pictures of her. As a result, Nomi's career ambitions were left in tatters. The complaint obtained by Variety marks the latest salvo fired by Abadi, a classically trained pianist and on-the-rise composer, against Elfman, a prolific composer working in film and TV and a founder of pioneering new wave in the band Oingo Boingo. Attorney Eric George, who represented Amber Heard in the early stages of her legal battles with ex-husband Johnny Depp, filed the suit on behalf of, isn't that crazy? Abadi. George Abadi, Elfman represented by Camille Vasquez.
Yeah.
Everyone, the tie-in. They his legal team went on to a new firm. They're not at Brown Rudnick anymore. They all kind of.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it was a money thing, but
Sure.
he included Ben Chu, who announced it last, who made a name for herself by helping Johnny Depp largely prevail, overheard in a televised 2022 Virginia trial. Representatives for Elfman did not respond. Don Buchwald's office did not respond. Elfman statements were part of the Rolling Stone story that was published in July 2023, and that story that Elfman, maybe we'll read that next time, had entered into a previously unreported settlement non-disclosure agreement with Abadi after she accused him of multiple instances of sexual harassment and misconduct that took place in 2015 to 2016. Though an attorney, Elfman denied those allegations. For the story, Rolling Stone reported that it unearthed Los Angeles Police Department report filed by Abadi in which she alleged Elfman exposed himself and masturbated multiple times in front of her without her consent. Rolling Stone also reported that Abadi was suing Elfman for failing to pay the full settlement. So he settled with her for $830,000.
And then failed to pay.
And then failed to pay. Wednesday's suit marks her second against Elfman, filed in an open court. In October, a second woman came forward accusing Elfman of sexual misconduct. In a lawsuit she filed, Jane Doe XX, the woman claimed in the complaint filed in LA Superior Court that Elfman exposed himself to her frequently during meetings that took place from 97 to 2002. That suit that's described the woman as a 21-year-old protege of Elfman's when the alleged incidents began. How old is Elfman right now, Davyd?
He's his age. I think he's 68. Let me look it up.
They say, okay, so in the suit, I'll do the math for you. Let's see if I'm right. Filed Wednesday, Abadi contends that Elfman coerced her into posing nude when he was 62 and she was 27. So that would make him.
I'm sorry. He's 71 years old right now.
Okay.
He was born May 29th, 1953.
And masturbated in front of Nomi, afterwards apologizing to her and promising not to do so again. The complaint also says that Grammy and the Emmy winner inappropriately touched Nomi, afterwards apologizing to Nomi, and then later threatened her in an attempt to keep his misdeeds a secret. In the most bizarre subplot, Abadi's suit insists that Elfman's reps falsely denied that he put his semen in a martini glass and without an olive, and falsely claimed that Abadi knew that it was not semen. Elfman's reps claimed in a Rolling Stone story that the glass is filled with a moisturizing. Why would you put moisturizing cream called Cetaphil, and then Abadi knew it was a stupid photo prop. In fact, Elfman had admitted to Nomi that he was presenting her with a glass full of semen, says the suit. Elfman's narrative spread widely. At least 20 high-profile publications repeated his and representatives' defamations of Nomi, the suit adds. As a result, job opportunities allegedly drive. Does he need job opportunities, Davyd?
No, they're talking.
You.
They're talking about the woman, I think.
Oh,
Job opportunities.
okay,
dried up
fledgling. Oh, you're right. Fledgling composer. Series of shorts and a 2023 film, Sebastian. Wetlock. Nomi has suffered PTSD, anxiety, depression, nervousness, and fear for her personal safety in the wake of online harassment spurred by these defamations, the complaint says. The power of imbalance between the two would appear to be significant. Elfman, 4-time Oscar nominee. He never won an Oscar, huh? Just nominated?
No,
never won.
Never won. That happens with a lot of workhorse composers. Rarely win the Oscar. It's always one hit wonders that win. Yeah,
just like Depp, 3-time nominee, no Oscars.
Right.
Elfman, a 4-time Oscar nominee whose music agents are Kraft Angle Management, remains one of the most sought-after composers in the industry. He created an instantly recognizable theme for The Simpsons and most recently Netflix's Wednesday. It's a Burton. Elfman, 71, is frequent collaborator of Tim Burton, who has scored most of the films, Batman and Nightmare Before Christmas, and has worked with everyone from Noah Baumbach to Sam Raimi. His upcoming films include Warner Brothers' Beetlejuice. 2. Furthermore, the composing industry is tight-knit, male-dominated, and has no union, as you'll verify, right, Davyd? So no union, which is crazy in 2024. Mentorships are essential for young composers to try to find a foothold.
Not with other composers. I disagree. I mean, I have thoughts on that. We can,
Okay, let's hear your thoughts.
So the thing now, ever since I moved here, and I blame Zimmer for this, because Zimmer has basically a factory where they hire a bunch of younger composers to kind of write the scores, and then Hans's name is on it. I'm not telling that people know that. That's
almost like ghost writing something. They just want his name. Right.
They're writing something by committee. So Zimmer is in a sense like a producer more than a composer. He may be coming up with initial ideas, but I think he's really brokering meetings with producers and directors. And I think it's very what seemed like the most direct path to, I just moved to LA, I'm nobody, and I want to be a big A-list film composer. So at the time when I moved here, the most direct path, it seemed, was to put your time in with Hans Zimmer or Harry Gregson Williams or Bear McCreary or any of these people that had kind of a sweatshop. And if you put in enough time...
Can I tell you my favorite Bear McCreary story real briefly?
I know.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Bear. No, that if you put in enough time of 80-hour work weeks, they would, Zimmer would give you Madagascar 7,
Throw you a bone, right? Throw you scraps.
But even if you get that, you're sort of always the scion of Hans. And so you don't
hold on
really...
a second.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
Maze and an emphatic stroke of Byzantine whimsy.
Yes, Val Armour, you heard it. Scion, which I believe is spelled. Let's see if I got it. Let's see if I'm even remotely. Scion.
I believe that's correct.
Right. Thank you, ESB40. The trial still comes up because people are trying to change the narrative for AH. That's somewhat true, but there's also Deptfords who cannot stop. What would be good enough for the Deptfords? She just shoot her in the head? She dies? What is the end? What do you want? Her moving to Spain's not good enough. What do you want? Is her killing herself, is that what we want? Is that the end game? What do you want her to do? She already had global humiliation, quote unquote. What do you want her to do? What is she allowed to do now?
At some point the scales tip and you start to feel bad that this is going to chase her in a way that it's listen, she isn't bothering anybody, and she faced financial and public relations consequences for it, you know?
But also, what did he do? And she did win in the UK. Let's not forget that.
Right.
Because it's not televised, we don't give it the credit. Who was it? Was it Johnny Biba or John O'Reilly said there should be a best of 3 and do a third trial?
That's funny.
And what did it do for him? He went on to do shit we don't care about.
Right.
Playing dinosaur rock worship guitar, forgettable, interchangeable. What did he do with it? What victory? You already knew what you thought anyway. Here we are talking about, right? He was already gained victorious by the court of public opinion, even during the UK. So what did you get? What is 12 strangers of a jury mean to you? What does it mean?
Right.
Go ahead.
It is almost like the trial was like an official adjudication of like the end of 2 actors' careers. Like
it feels like that.
No, there's no way both of us are going to have acting careers after this, and so we want to adjudicate who's going to be, who's going to come out on top, knowing we both have the same fate of not being able to resurrect acting careers.
Well said. And I want to thank Philly29, who is the Menches of Mensch, who gave us a great donation on the DL. Doesn't even want credit for it. Sarah brought that to my attention like a few days ago or whatever. Just what a great guy. Thank you, Philly29, if you're out there and listening. It was just
they're always really generous.
Yeah, we're the best people in here. And Mark Harris will. Vinny, it's Mark. Dearest viewers, a new month and a new show. If able, please donate to the Arm Fund, which is how your host gets paid. Super Chat, Venmo, Cash App, or memberships. It all counts. We'll all go. Now put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip. Oh, I love the knee. Welcome to a new arm venture. How do you keep the music playing? How do you make it last? How do you keep the song from playing too fast? And there we know we're always changing. Welcome, Autobot. Welcome. Where'd Babs go? Everyone wants to know. I'm a survivor, says Tendrils, and I couldn't watch any of the trial for fear that Depp really was an abuser and getting away with it with his acting. Can we agree that they're both mutually abusive and it never should have happened? And it's only abusive if anyone can call themselves abused, right? I mean, I've been abused, right? Anyone can say that. If you feel abused, who are you to say you weren't? Who is anyone else to say that you weren't? I feel abused. Right. Well, that's my opinion. What is abuse with a guy with his options and access and security? What is abuse? Are you really getting abused because you let it happen?
And maybe that's why they took it to. They became all legal with it because maybe he didn't trust they can't trust their own perception of what is abuse. So it's like, let's take it to the courts. Let's let the courts decide.
It was an article on Depp somewhat promoting Modi, and he was how, my life is a circus and the trial was and everyone's going off on he really got some negativity. People go, it was your decision to televise it. Why did you want it? Which I say often, and it wasn't necessarily that they were offered the chance. Like the court said, okay, well, Amber Heard's team doesn't want to televise. Do you? And like, yeah, we don't give a shit. It was like the show. Oh, we want full transparency. We don't care. Well, you could have said, nah, that's all right. That's all right.
Yeah.
I don't want the full. The global humiliation line would constitute wanting to tell it, and they pushed to have it. So if you didn't want it, you wouldn't. But ultimately, that was them. I don't want to say they pushed for it, but they said, "Sure, let's do it." So that's the price you pay.
I tend to agree with Sarah's assessment that it was televised so he could prove to middle America that he was, he could kind of make the case to the consumers of his product. If it's not going to be people on the coast who are, part of the industry, it's going to be the consumers in middle America.
Yeah, and if that's who the target was, but I think anyone who knew that had the court of public opinion had made their decision before the trial
Right,
even
that was
started.
already decided.
And she was
right.
getting eviscerated before the
Right.
trial even started for years, really, since 16. He had some negativity, but she was getting worse than she'd always gotten worse than him.
Yeah.
He needs some more Danny's glass. Danny does have a class. Danny does have class. It's a martini glass.
His master class. He did one of those master classes, and his studio has a lot of statues of hands. It's almost like Thing from the Addams Family. It's very peculiar.
JMD goes, Johnny bye bye. Yeah, good. You didn't watch. It's good that you didn't watch. Depp did his whole humble charm act and fooled everyone. He wasn't. I gotta get to the mechanism of Johnny Bye Bye. I gotta figure out who he is. He just won't give us anything. He gives us
Christian
tons
Slater.
of gifts. Yeah, it's actually Christian Slater, who stole. That they claim that Depp stole Winona Ryder from Christian Slater. And he knows so much. So something's going on here. We'll never know. That's so funny though, Christian Slater. Rod the Mod is an excellent blue-eyed soul singer in his youth. You're gauging talent of a reality show. How would John Coltrane do on American Idol? That's a good point. He probably win.
Yeah.
I think Randy Jackson would make him win. Semen in a glass. G Canada loves a semen in a glass. Jeffrey Jones is a very Tim Burton actor. Then Pee Wee Herman. Now Elfman. We got to stop working with these pervs. Tim Burton says. I know, right?
Yeah.
Right? That's a gaggle of. That's very true. Actually, addiction and abuse go hand in hand. They rarely find a straight wife beater. Huh. I want to. Depp wore a wife beater in Donnie Brasco, as a matter of fact, and Public Enemies. Straight eggs. Is Frank the Tank? Welcome, sir. This is an unforeseen surprise. Did you not get the? I put a alert out.
Hit the bell notification. Frank.
Yes. Hit the like and subscribe button, everybody, if you haven't done so already, please. Yes, I thought I heard the audios and leaving to say everything. Abusers talk like age. I really think he just tried to fix her. I don't know.
I think she was a firecracker, and he just wanted to be with a firecracker.
He wanted a Texas firecracker, right? He wanted someone who had a bite to him. Well, that's what you get. You got to remember, like, feeling sorry for him is a very slippery slope. He pursued her. He casted her. He cheated on Vanessa with her. He chased her after the shooting of it. Her castmates from Never Back Down corroborate that.
Right.
He pursued her. You got what you asked for. I love a good Saskatchewan new mining legislation. God, sorry.
Johnny Depp doesn't strike me as a person who wants to fix people. It seems like he wants to throw money at them, maybe to just like, you figure it out. I'll give you money, go live in a house. But I don't think he has the same attitude toward relationships that the Deptford wives do with Johnny. Like they want to fix him,
Yes. And what does fixing mean? Exactly.
Right.
What are we fixing her to be like? What's the end game here again? And fixing.
Yeah, she had a ton of promise.
Fixing?
I mean,
right.
I don't know.
What do we want her to become? What are you fixing her to be like? Vanessa?
Yeah,
Winona
what is
Ryder?
her deficiency?
Your mom? What's the deficiency? Right. Explain to me. I agree. Some people can't let it go. I think age, lack of ownership of what she's done. She ruined a man based on lies. Yeah, accountability is not her forte. But I think that's a narcissist's MO, I mean, I know a lot of people in my life who are good people who don't take accountability for anything, just cannot admit they're wrong. It doesn't make them evil, but it's a shitty, trait or lack thereof to have, is that you can't admit something wrong. People eventually will see through that. Oh, this guy doesn't ever admit he's wrong. You're
Right.
wrong. It's a fact. I have the information. You're wrong. Just say you're wrong. Is it so difficult? I spend my whole day apologizing.
I think it's
All day.
harder. I think it's harder to. I was saying to someone, because Ellen DeGeneres came out with her new Netflix comedy special, and it's all her not taking accountability for the
Yeah.
toxic workplace her talk show was. And I was talking with a friend where it's like it's so much more emotionally cost effective to just be nice to people and to apologize and you're gonna fuck up and make mistakes with people
It's
socially.
charming to admit
Just
you're wrong.
apologize right away. It's like
Yep.
it's so much harder to keep designing the web of why am I right in your brain. It's so exhausting for your
Yeah.
brain to try to always figure out how am I right even though I know I'm wrong.
This is why you'd make a great psychologist in another life. That's exactly what a therapist would probably say. Seriously, I'm sure and you probably framed it better than anyone would. Thank you, Frank the Tank, Armin Davyd. It's a great pairing. It's like
That's nice.
Pecorino and a nice Chianti. Frank the Tank is everything right in G Canada and Sunflower Dread. So many Canadians in this hashtag No Justice for Amber. I love this.
Sunflowers.
Go ahead,
I'm
sorry.
No, Sunflower's comment you just had up there is what I was trying to get at, where it's like, who's to say who's abused? No.
Oh yeah.
Like that's what I was getting at. Is like domestic abuse is defined in the law, so it's like at some point you take it to the court to your various charges of abuse, hold them up to the law and see how you rank, I guess. That's probably the best thing they could have done.
Say for me, all right, I don't particularly care about someone getting physical with me. I think I can handle it. So if Amber Heard got physical with me, I would be far less offended by that than I would certain words or actions under my, just throw as many roundhouses as you want. I don't care if you use weapon. You're not going to hurt me. I'm far more hurt by words or actions, other actions.
Yeah.
I could care less about, but I'm not everyone. Some people think, if you hit someone, that's you should never strike another human being. And I just think that's life. It doesn't bother me.
Well, and that's why I think people have to be really careful about getting to know if we're talking like romantic relationships or committed relationships, you really have to get to know and be sensitive to what are the boundaries for my partner. Even you have to kind of operate with both minds, where it's like, I have very few boundaries, that's life, as you say. But also account for like, okay, I gotta be really sensitive with this new person that I'm dating, in order to figure out if we have the same boundaries. And if you don't, then you should not be together, because that could be a recipe for disaster. And I think Depp did not. I think he was just so excited about the prospect of Amber and cheating on Vanessa, and what a firecracker she was compared to Vanessa.
One might say, a wise man might say, men, and you know how much I hate men, are only as faithful as their options. And who has more options than this guy?
Right.
Right? When temptation comes in front of you all the time, eventually you're going to succumb to it. No pun intended.
Yeah. A wise man once said, don't ransack my heart. And
that was Beachy Coldplay. That's a great don't ransack my heart. Beachy Coldplay, everyone, if you're not aware. It was very weird trying to find out who he was. A lot of people to this day, like, who is that guy that keeps... So Beachy Coldplay was Elton John's sober coach, therapist. And because Depp has to align himself with all rock icons, pop rock, he was recommended, this grifter, to latch himself on to be Depp's sober coach. So somehow he needs him to walk in and out of the courtroom with him all the time. I mean, people thought he was his dad. And this guy has crazy sexual abuse allegations
Yeah.
in the his practice, where he was having patients and just like almost grooming them
Right.
as therapy goes on, and there's 5 of them or something. And it was a
I
really big story in the UK. And God, I'm sorry.
No. I imagine Johnny Depp justifying Beachy's like being at his side all the time. It's like, yeah, Beachy makes sure that I don't drink the alcohol content out of a Purell bottle on the way back to the limo.
He had an omnipresent Coca-Cola, not Diet Coke, a Coca-Cola bottle there, and one wonders if it was spiked. I mean,
Oh,
that's a
yeah.
great way to get through that day, especially if you're not testifying.
That would explain the measured way of talking on the stand too.
Yeah. I'm so inclined to believe that Depp has all the resources to change the situation. He does. Unlike women who state, you're right, money, you could throw money at the problem and change it. It's true. It might sound vapid, it might sound uncreative, but it's true by tendrils. He has so many options to change any situation, to have 7 residences, right? And then you're
Right.
still, it's hard to feel sorry for that. It just is virtually impossible for me to feel sorry, because she's right. People don't have the options he has to get out of the situation.
Yeah.
Sunflower Dragon says part of the healthy relationship should be discussing personal boundaries to make sure they're
Absolutely.
clear.
Yeah.
Try saying that though, exactly like that. When you get home, we're going to discuss personal boundaries for 2 hours.
Right.
You almost can't say it like that. It's got to be led in with something else.
I mean, you need to, right. It can't be that clinical, but I think that maybe I'm just speaking from personal experience, but I'm pretty quick to not have people be in my life regularly, just because if I pick up the slightest sense that like, oh, you know what, you're not going to like this fact about me later on down the line, so better you're an acquaintance,
That's very well said. It's also too a good skill to have in life is to be so self-aware of your own peccadillos and weaknesses that you get in front of it before anyone else does.
Right. And that's what I was trying to say before, was like, especially if you're in the market to find like a committed relationship, I think you have to have that, because, you're talking long term. Even if it's possible to get into relationships with people knowing, yeah, this isn't going to be forever, it's going to be for right now. But still, that could be a significant portion of your life. And why would you want it to be miserable if it's like, I don't know how they'd react to this part about me,
Isn't that's pretty profound what you just said. It seems like there's no in between. It's like you either think this is going to go forever, or I'm a male gigolo. I'm a
right. It's got to be one night stands.
It's a one night stand. There's no in between. There's never any gray area. It's always like, I think this is going to be forever. The guy who doesn't have options thinks this is going to be forever, and the guy who has too many options thinks, oh, it's a one night stand. I have plenty of shit. Yeah, it's always that way.
Right. It's very rare to. Someone said that to me once, where it was like, that's totally fine if you think this is like, yeah, I'm trying to make a plan to not live in LA full time in the next year or two. And if I met someone, I would go with it knowing that this is probably possibly, it could be, get together with someone where it's like, yeah, I know this isn't going to be forever, but that's okay. Or maybe we'll get to a place where it's like we figure out how to have the relationship despite the fact that I'm not living here full time, but it's so stupid to not be with someone in the moment just because you think like, well, am I going to like them in my 60s? I've never understood that.
That's very true. And you people have maybe an unfair stereotype about you that you love to have, capricious,
just the one night stands,
random one night stands, right? Unlike a hetero couple that does. And it's probably unfair. You would know. Is it unfair?
I think it's the same as heterosexuals. I think that, there's sleep around people, there's sleep around Sues with straight men. There's sleep around Sues with gay men. There's gay men who are very protective of like, I want a monogamous relationship, and and I want it to last forever. They get married very quickly. Yeah, I mean, that's the nice thing about having the right to marry, is you see how many basic people just want like a marriage, house, and family, you know.
And we'll see what happens when you go to Toronto with G Canada. What happens, you know, how
I
that
may
goes.
hear wedding bells. Yeah, exactly.
He is the Jim J. Bullock of the outskirts of Toronto.
Yes.
Hey, great reference. ECB40 goes, hey, it makes me think of that Jump Street episode, 3.3 seconds, which I think, yes, this is exactly what it is. Hanson tried to break up with Amy, and he says he has trouble disappointing women. As much as JD hated that show, I think that's a great comparison. That's exactly what he says.
That's probably very
Him
true.
and Penhall are talking outside the lockers. He's putting on the Air Jordan 2s, and he goes, I've always had such a hard time breaking up with women, you know, Doug? And he goes, and Penhall goes, you know, but maybe if you break up with her, you'll be the good guy, right? He goes, oh, maybe. And then he finishes tying her shoes. That's 3.3 seconds. Amy
And then
Pearson. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
right. And then a bullet does the job of breaking up with her for
I know.
him.
She
So
looks like
tragic.
Miss Elizabeth, Randy Savage's valet.
Oh, okay.
The thing is, it's not hard to be nice. That's very true, Tendrils. They told you that at Sony. That's why you're so locked into Sony. Go ahead, Davyd. I'm sorry.
No, I agree. I mean, it's I remember like when I was a little kid, because you always try out kind of being like picking on kids. Like you want to see like, is that going to make me feel good or superior? I see other kids doing it, kind of being bullies and stuff. And it immediately, the one time I picked on a kid for something, and they started to kind of well up with tears and stuff, and I was like, oh my god, I've made a horrible mistake. Like this is I'm always gonna remember this moment. I hate that this is a scar on my memory now, that I'll never be able to shake it. And you know, listen, I'm sure I fuck up with people, I'm sure I offend people still unintentionally, but it's so much easier to eradicate it so it's not a memory that haunts me, you know. I can imagine being mean all the time.
Well, you have a heightened sense of empathy and sensitivity that most kids don't have at that age. That's why you were in a senior in high school at 11 years old and are very precocious, right? I mean, kids don't usually think on that level, and that's why Professor X reached out to you to get you to come to the mansion, the Xavier Institute. Johnny has a number of Sunflower Jacket. Frank, men are included. She says, I hate men. Me Too is about sexual abuse. And of course, men can be sexually abused. I suspect we're going to hear a lot about that from the Diddy trial. Like, yeah, apparently DiCaprio is really getting dragged in that. And I got a comment before. I know this is somewhat Depp adjacent, but thanks again, EB40. Just because that sounds like that Anita Baker song. Just because I love you, just because I do. So DiCaprio, thank God, is being dragged into this Diddy thing. I love that more than anything.
Right.
But Justin Bieber, right? So he's part of this. And do you know who Justin Bieber's opening comedy act was?
I don't. I didn't know he had one.
Chris D'Elia.
Oh, Jesus.
And if you don't know who he is, he's the male Whitney Cummings, this poser with long hair, Nepo baby, son of Beverly Hills 90210 producer. What is it? Bill D'Elia. Bill D'Elia is his father. If you look him up, he's got this very extensive IMDb and just worked on so many shows. And this guy was a pedo adjacent groomer, where he was basically touring to have sex with teenage girls in their mid to late teens. And who does D'Elia tour with? Justin Bieber. What is Justin Bieber's target audience? That exact broad. Yeah. If you don't think that's all tied in, you're crazy.
Well, yeah, and Justin Bieber, I think, has a very similar, like where Leonardo DiCaprio, I think, faced like sexual abuse from the movie industry as a minor.
Are you talking about Peck?
Yes.
Well, we don't know. I mean, we have of him hugging him, but we don't know.
We don't know
if
for
that
sure.
went any further. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Brian Peck, everyone from Nickelodeon, Dan Schneider's right-hand man, no pun intended.
Yeah, right. But I think Bieber, has been famous since he was 12, 13 or something.
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm assuming he has been sexualized as a minor in a similar way to DiCaprio. And
he looks astonishingly like Depp does in his teens.
Yeah,
Depp was
yeah, the
really young.
shorter,
If you look at them
the
together
shorter
side
hair,
by side.
right? Yeah.
Look at Frank saying purview. Good use of purview,
Nice.
Frank. That's a Robert Mueller word. That's the first time I heard that word.
Yeah.
Did you watch the Mueller hearings about Russia and all that stuff?
I-
Every
I-
time they would
yeah.
ask him something, you never spoke until this thing. You never heard this guy speak, much like Jack Smith. And every time they asked him something, we go, "Oh, none of my purview. Not of my purview. Not of my purview.
Right.
Sorry, none of my purview." And it started to
Categorically
make
not
me
in my
hate
purview.
the word. Yes, it started to make me hate the word purview because he would never tackle the question. It was just not of my purview. He's just like a goody by the book guy, and it didn't serve him well during that.
Right.
But he just kept saying purview over and over again. I was like, God, I hate this word. Tendril says mental and emotional abuser can be so much worse than being hit. I agree, 100%, way worse. I'd rather someone try to physically assault me, way more.
Yeah.
My boyfriend open slapped me many times, but the stalking in my games were the worst. It took me over 20 years to not be haunted by it.
Oh, I'm
That's
so
totally
sorry.
true. I agree with every word of that. And we're
That's
sorry
awful.
about that, Tendrils.
Yeah.
We will stalk him to get you vindication. How about that?
Yeah.
Flamer, this is Joni. I love the word. I love your use here. There are plenty of 50-year-old fuckboys out there. And nobody wants them, but they will just keep trying. They sure do. Don't they? Don't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
We hate men, Joni. I know you do. We know Kathy Scott hates men. I feel like if Davyd and I were in a relationship, says the Sunflower Dragon, Flow, we'd be very happy to discuss our issues and feelings and boundaries, like maybe over dinner, LOL.
And cheesecake. Boundary
maybe
one.
maybe over a salad kit. Sunflower is a walking Lilith Fair, isn't she? She's as if Sarah McLachlan had gone into legalese in South Florida. She really is a walking Lilith Fair, and that's a compliment.
Sunflower, boundary number one, we must have a secondary penis in the room at every moment.
Who's the Madonna's boy toy? Carlos Leon.
Yeah.
Whatchamacallit, Lourdes's dad.
Yes.
12% agrees, says Frank saying. My dad beat the shit out of me as a kid. That healed fine. It was the psychological shit that stuck. I agree, Frank. Agreed.
Wow, Chad, I'm sorry about everything.
Born and raised in Toronto. I'm in Florida now, but Toronto will be in the spring, and that is Toronto's a cool ass city from all intents and purposes, from what I hear. It's very fun. You're gonna have a good time there.
Yeah, I haven't
like
been there since
place.
I was a kid.
Oh shit! I know people who think it's better than New York.
Yeah,
way better, as a matter of fact. The Deppening audience is 89% Canadian.
we should do a Canada show someday. I don't. Yeah,
we'll talk about Jump Street in British Columbia, Vancouver.
Right. Yeah.
She says, Tendrils, I made something out of it. It informed my entire life and still does. It can definitely mold you into a better person. And overall, it's how I dealt with it. Autobot says, sorry you had to go through that. Glad you got out. We are allowed polygamy in Canada, Davyd. My wife would be so happy to add one and take the pressure off. Well played, Sir, G Canada. Well played.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Amber's IQ is higher than arms. Hashtag. Horatius763. Only 7% of gay men get married. Is that true?
I don't know.
7% get married. I think that's good. I'll sign off on that. Thank you, Autobot. Lesbians seem to get married pretty quickly also. And that's coming from someone with a lesmobile as she drove it to the Lilith Fair. Everybody got bullied in one way or another back in the day. Little Depp head, that was Horatius again. Little Depp head. Wow, you're still on? I just got back. We're not even 2 hours yet. Okay, that pushes it. So now here's Davyd's video of.
Shall I set it up again?
Set it up again, please, while I look for it.
Cool. Yeah, so it's me playing in an orchestra here in LA 10 years ago, and we did an Danny Elfman concert, and the encore was the Simpsons theme, and I put an arrow over my body when I come up on screen. You can't really see me. It's kind of a low res video file, but Danny Elfman was at this performance. He was in the audience.
You have the rhythm and profile of Barney Gumble from The Simpsons. Here we go. Is that you by the podium?
Oh no! I'm playing cello. I'm not.
Oh, you're playing.
Yeah.
You're to the right.
Yes. So you'll see me. I point myself out. Yeah.
Might I say undetectable from the real version?
Yeah, no, this was fun to play. It was like, oh my God, I feel like I'm watching the show. Yeah.
Perfect. God, there's so many similarities to Batman the Animated Series. A lot of whatever that was whatever that is. Tell me
tons of like the barber scene in Edward Scissorhands has a lot of this kind of music too.
Yes.
Yeah. So
thank you, Frank the Tank. We love Davyd, Arm, and Sarah. Thank you, Frank the Tank. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You can't really see me at all, but I'm right there playing the cello. So that's 10 years
Danny
ago.
Elfman is. No, I see you.
Yeah.
I definitely see you. Like I'll recognize.
You see the side of my head. Yeah.
Yeah, that Cleveland cheekbones. I'll recognize. And it jumps off the screen. Smoldering cheekbones and the jetting jaw. Can I ask you a question? What's the average age of the musicians here?
It's a pre-professional orchestra, so it's a lot of like probably 18 to 28.
You can't be under 18 to do this. Is that?
You can be in high school to be in this orchestra, but I think it just happens so rarely. This orchestra doesn't exist anymore, but yeah, it's a pre-professional orchestra, so we get paid, but it's not. We're not in like a pro group yet. So, but it sounds great. I mean, they have the energy and everything to sound like a professional group.
I think Elfman would want everybody under 18. That was his demand for this. Would you have the cut to the crowd and Bridget Fonda's giving him a hand job in the first row? When did they break up? Bridget Fonda.
I think they're still together.
Are they still together? I can't figure that out.
Let me see.
That's crazy. Okay, sorry. Yes, Sunflower, you're right. Empathy and compassion. It's easy to be kind, and too many people lack both.
So it's my one Elfman kind of thing. I was like, oh, that might be fun to watch. So,
and none of these musicians at all are in the Simpsons orchestra in the original theme song.
Oh no, they weren't. They were babies when it was recorded.
Perfect. It might even be better. So what does Elfman do after this?
After, he came up on stage and just kind of got applause. This is from 2014. This is like November of 2014.
So he's taking credit for your cover from the audience.
Yeah, he
Like you're
walks up on
applauding
stage.
him. Yeah, that's
Right, because he wrote
fantastic.
it. So yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
God damn, that was good. You can hear we could hear your instrument over everybody else's. Easily detectable.
You're a wonderful boy, Jerry. Everybody loves you. Right.
How many people are in that orchestra?
That was probably 70, and then the choir. We had the choir for we did. Danny Elfman did the music for the James Franco Oz the Great and Powerful with Claire Danes, and
yes,
we did music from that, and so we had the choir for that as well. So they put in a couple things.
I just want to show everybody really quick at this crossover to Lotus Notes. Yes, everyone, that is the entire staff of the Howard Stern Show for this dumpster fire that he does every day. That is the exact amount of staffers right here. 70 people on that god awful dumpster fire he puts on. Look at this. That's the magnitude. That's what he's working with, and that's the product he puts out. Look at that. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's like a Beatles album cover. Yeah, it's like a Sgt. Pepper's album cover.
Here's Danny Elfman as a pop. Well, it's kind of like a alternative. It's kind of Oingo Boingo, right? The title of the song, I shit you not, and there's no irony, and it's completely gives away his hand. No pun. It's called "I Love Little Girls." Do you know the song?
I don't. I've never heard of this.
This is Danny Elfman and Oingo Boingo with Little Girls. That even starting it?
It looks like a Burton conception too.
Are you kidding me?
Christ.
What am I supposed to do with this? Are we pretending that's not what you think it is?
There's no
what else? How are you supposed to interpret that any other way?
Yeah, that is the most direct statement I have
hiding in plain sight, as they say.
Right, yeah.
Right? What are we doing here? Look at this.
With Mary McCormack, yeah.
I love little girl.
Is that fucking what's his name from
Peter Dinklage? I doubt it.
The guy on the right? Doing? Is this not the creepiest shit you've ever? This is him. This is what he put out. Left to his own devices. There's no way. There's no other way to interpret it but massive pedo statutory rapeist.
Yeah,
I don't know any other way to interpret this.
Yeah, and even for the time, I can't imagine that like people weren't like weirded. I mean, I wonder, like, I get that like there's probably some ironic, justification for this song, but I don't know. I think in truth there is jest, or in jest there is truth, rather.
I don't think he's being ironic either. I think it's just you didn't care at the time to reveal your like.
They don't ask me questions.
They don't want to scold me. They don't look for answers.
God, this is a Charles Manson confessional.
This is crazy.
That's
right?
insane.
Kendrill's awesome. I hope you mean awesome in a gotcha kind of way. Sorry, ladies. He's taken. Look at this. Am I not dreaming this?
I feel like I'm not smart enough to understand the high art that this is. Right. And now they're
Little girls doesn't mean barely legal. He means underage
right.
in a Dan Schneider kind of way. He loves Nickelodeon girls. That's what he loves. All right, I'm repulsed by this. I'm getting it off. I've had enough. Guilty.
Wow.
Guilty. That's all I need. Guilty. That's all I want. He's guilty. You don't have to. I don't need any more. I know he's guilty. Good enough. I would just play that in court. Guilty.
Right. We'd be in court. It would be a shorter trial than the Baldwin trial.
And make him explain it. So thank you, Davyd. This is really quick. This is, again, also somewhat incriminating. This is Danny Elfman being interviewed by I forget what we'll tell us in a second.
Okay.
You and Tim.
Huffington Post. By the way, when is the last time? And this Sunflower, you're a political wonk. Where is Ariana Huffington these days?
That's true.
During all the Trump stuff, where is she? I have not seen that woman in forever. She used to be on Bill Maher's show like every week.
I saw her there. I remember seeing her on like the Colbert Report, like before Colbert took over at Letterman. But yeah, I haven't seen her since like 2015. That's interesting.
That's a good year. It's been crazy. I remember the last time Dennis Miller did Bill Maher's HBO show. You're talking 20 years ago. She was on it with him, and she eviscerated him. And he got so embarrassed, he hasn't been back since. That was when he was taking the neocon turn. And she's like, what the fuck is this? And she just eviscerated him. And he hasn't been back since. I think he's actually traumatized by it. He got his ass kicked so bad.
Hiding in Santa Barbara.
Thank you, Tendrils. WNBC clap. And Tendrils, this is not me jerking myself off here, but Davyd and I would talk about Elfman for a while, and I just found this song today when I looked up Oingo Boingo. By the way, they do the soundtrack for Weird Science. That song.
Oh,
movie.
yeah.
And I'm like, what is this? And I just heard the song for the first time this morning, getting ready for the show. It is just bizarre. And Gotcha doesn't even do it justice. I don't even know. I don't want to hear his explanation. I'm done. I'm the court of public opinion. Guilty.
Right.
Obviously.
Someone left a comment earlier, but he appears in the movie Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield.
Yeah, Autobot's saying that right now.
There we go. Yeah.
They're in the movie. They're actually in the movie. Okay, so this is Danny Elfman, regular speaking voice, with an interview with the Huffington Post, talking about. Now, I want you to keep this in mind because of Depp's. What we're going to go into about his estrangement with Tim Burton. And listen to what Elfman says about his relationship with Burton.
You and Tim obviously have this insanely intimate relationship where you've been working with one another for the last 15 films. Miss Peregrine.
16 now.
16 with Miss Peregrine, right?
No, 16 with Big Eyes.
16 with Big Eyes, of course. So what sustains that relationship, do you think? What is it?
I don't know.
Is there anything more pit stain inducing than a gray t-shirt? Lift those fucking pits up, Elfman.
Right.
Look at that. Oh,
spread those wings.
Isabel, they're all saying it. I love them in Back to School. Oingo Boingo.
Yeah. Elfman did the score for the movie too.
Isabel, you'd love it that I'm in the process of, I talked about my precious Major League Baseball, NFL sideline, and NBA hat collection last time, and I'm in the process of negotiating for 3 different Orioles hats. 3 different Orioles. They're very old school.
It's like I've been asked that over the years, and honestly, I have no answer. I think directors sometimes find composers. There's many famous relationships, obviously Spielberg and John Williams and Robert Zemeckis and Alan Silvestri.
Davyd and Arm, right?
Yes. Yes.
Here's a promise, and I want you to hold me to it. If I ever become, if say my cousin and I do some film, you have got the composing job.
Oh,
no questions asked,
gladly.
no interviews, no auditions. You've got the job.
Thank you. As long as Beachy doesn't beat me out for it, I will hold you to the promise.
Don't ransack my heart.
Silvestri and Carter Burwell and the Coen brothers that have lasted many years, and I could only imagine that they find some something that makes them.
There's the N-word. There's the N-word.
Aesthetic. Could only imagine.
Fisher Adams, are you listening? Here comes the N-word.
That they find some similar aesthetic.
Oh, we should do a thing where we bleep aesthetic from now on.
Base something that makes them, the director feels comfortable going back to that.
So what the joke there is, Tim Burton in an interview, people got very rightfully criticized, saying there are no black people in your movies. You've been working for how many years? Jim Brown had a walk-on part in Mars Attacks, and Michael Clark Duncan played an ape. Do with that what you will. Even when you could have cast Marky Mark, a wigger, when you could have cast, say, Wesley Snipes as an astronaut. So how do you have that many films and there's virtually no black people? So he goes, they just don't have the right aesthetic for my movies. That's all it is. Aesthetic. Aesthetic. So that's become now the N-word for us.
Right. I hear on the
As you
Deppening.
can see, Danny Elfman uses aesthetic too.
Composer over and over again. But I'm not a director, so I really couldn't tell you why they come back.
So you spread those wings and learn to fly again. Learn to live so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up. Let us in.
It must. I mean, you've got a friendship now, though. I mean, you obviously that you can't not have over the years. I mean, you must confide in one another. Do you do that?
No, I wouldn't say we confide in one another. I mean, we both.
Tendrils is talking about our Davyd. Is what she finds glorious. Yes, that's a compliment before. Yes, sorry, Tendrils.
Thank you. That's sweet.
It's very much like a sibling in a way. I almost feel like he's a second brother. But we don't hang out and confide deep, dark secrets or anything. So,
how does that go?
Lord.
Confiding his deep, dark secrets. By the way, when did this start, Davyd? You're in Hollywood. You see more. The amber,
transition
amber
lenses.
Transition lenses now that are blue. Depp has, and then this. The orange and the brown. That has become now the guy who doesn't want to wear glasses, who wants to maintain some kind of cool factor now with the transition blue, and Depp wore him during the trial and stuff, and he wears them a lot. During the Don Rickles tribute, that is a great look. If you get a chance, I have it on our Patreon channel. Depp at the Don Rickles tribute is about as good as he's ever looked in the last 20 years, in my heterosexual opinion.
Right. I mean, if you feel like wearing glasses is nerdy, why not make it look like you're wearing goggles in Star Trek?
Or Tony Stark, right.
Yeah, right.
Not like that.
But I can imagine that if you did have deep, dark secrets, one can only imagine what they would be, given the fantastical realm that you both inhabit.
I don't know if anybody would want to be in on those deep, dark secrets.
Did he just reveal his hand again? Listen to this exchange. What did we just read? Let's just exchange.
Imagine what they would be, given the fantastical realm that you both inhabit.
I don't know if anybody would want to be in on those deep, dark secrets, honestly.
Well, I mean, it's fascinating. There was only one real departure, I guess, or two. Obviously, Sweeney Todd you didn't collaborate with. Ed Wood as well. People sort of make a thing about Ed Wood that you didn't collaborate on that. And
yes, that's good. He's not the composer on Ed Wood, But if you watch Ed Wood, you'd think he did it because they're obviously mimicking his
Who was
style.
the composer on Ed Wood? I don't even know. By the way, I wonder if we'll get to a point with younger people as they, go on to have careers and they're in situations where they're interviewed like this, where if you do have deep, dark secrets, don't say something like, no one wants to know what my dark secrets are, so that this clip can be pulled and used against you later on. Yeah.
Unless I'm the only one that sees this. How did Amber Heard not use Depp championing Roman Polanski during his trial?
Yeah. Or
right?
Yeah.
Or Beachy Coldclay, and who's sitting right there. How did they not use that?
People will become better media trained, where it's like, oh, if I am sitting on something that, God forbid, it comes out, don't make some weird ironic joke about it even on the DL, because when I am found out, they're gonna farm this clip and it's gonna be an indictment that
I think he thought of himself as untouchable right here. What do you think of Howard Shore? That's who it is, the Ed Wood composer.
Oh, Howard Shore. He's the Lord of the Rings composer.
Okay.
I have an unpopular opinion that I do not care for the Lord of the Rings scores. People love those scores.
It's okay.
I wish they had gone to a different
by the way,
composer.
Very controversial. Very controversial. We might be taken down for those comments.
In my in my brain, like the battles I'm fighting with the public about the Lord of the Rings scores.
They say, your brain is at war with itself. There's nothing worse than sounds like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very controversial. You're not going to walk that back?
And listen, you may have to cut this part of the episode out, honestly.
No, I agree with you. I think the movie's overrated too. I don't like the way it's shot. I think that they do too much editing with the action sequences, and it ruins a lot of the it's very boring. I think it was Kevin Smith who made a good joke about how the movie's 90% of people walking.
Right.
That's fields.
It's like a travel log.
They don't edit you walking. They just show the entire walk across Ireland.
Yeah. He did Mrs. Doubtfire. He did, he did a bunch of movies, so yeah.
Joni says
not my favorite.
Different colors can also correct the flaws in vision. I didn't know that. He looks like an effing meth head experiencing a psychotic break in that video. He does.
In the music video, yeah.
You talked a little bit about it before. So what happened? What was it about that time that you had a falling out?
Yeah, I think it's inevitable that over a quarter of a century.
G Canada says that she sold the Huffington Post and made some cash and retired. If someone gave me millions, it would never hear from me again. I agree with that. Yeah. I'm surprised more people don't do that.
God, yes.
I agree with that. Unless you came to Aruba and found me.
Not G Canada doxing himself in the chat.
Yeah. How great would it be if you two ran away to Aruba after you went to Toronto?
Wedding bells.
Two personalities like.
Okay, so listen. They have a falling out, Burton and Elfman right here.
You didn't collaborate with Ed Wood as well. People sort of make a thing about Ed Wood that you didn't collaborate on that, and you talked a little bit about it before. So what happened? What was it about that time that you had a falling out?
Yeah, I think it's inevitable that over a quarter of a century, two personalities like us, and I can't pretend that I'm not volatile and was more so then. There's got to be some kind of explosion or implosion, and
I appreciate his honesty calling himself volatile, but that can be taken several different ways, and I'm sure it's not the first time. So as you could see, Tim Burton can have a falling out with Danny Elfman. He's certainly sure as shit can have a falling out with Depp, and we'll get to that after this.
We used the joke that we'd end up.
Okay, sorry.
I was just going to say, I imagine the previous project to Ed Wood was Nightmare Before Christmas, where Elfman was the singing voice of Jack Skellington.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And yeah, and I wonder if Elfman got too big for his britches, where it's like, well,
sure,
I have grounds to be a singer again. Like I want to get back into that, and I don't want to just be a composer behind the scenes. I wonder if that had something to do with it.
Does he I'm assuming he does the score for Corpse Bride. I don't remember.
Yes, he does.
Okay. Joni says in the 90s there was a fashion for non-glasses wearing orange lenses in the fake specs. Yeah, and blue is cool too. I think it looks good, but it's definitely something going on. You know, Hollywood is a copycat league, and they all do the same shit.
Yeah.
There's got to be some kind of explosion or implosion. And we used to joke that we'd end up like Bernard Herrmann and Alfred Hitchcock, who famously had a great relationship that in fact exploded and they never spoke to each other again. And then it actually happened. But it was in the middle of a very intense period. I just finished Nightmare Before Christmas, which was a 2.5-year project, in the middle of which I did Batman.
Good call, Davyd.
Wow.
Good call.
And Returns. And I was used to being on a film for 3 months, not 2 years plus. And so it was kind of a unique situation, and I think things came to a boil. But I feel lucky because a year after that, I felt terrible. I really felt like I had like I said, like I lost a sibling. And I'm fortunate that he obviously didn't feel good about it either. So I got a call one day. It's like, will Danny ever talk to Tim again? And I was like, I was on a plane the next day for Kansas City, meeting a coffee shop where he was shooting Mars Attacks.
They shot that in Kansas. I didn't know that. That's the one time he worked with a black. It's not even an actor; he's a football player. Did you know Tim Burton's dad played minor league baseball?
Oh, I didn't know that.
I was watching. I read an interview with him a couple of months ago, and he just throws that in there. I'm like, what? He played minor league baseball.
He's from
Burbank.
California, right?
Burbank, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
And we just got together and said, let's just never speak of it, make it good. We never will, and we never have. And everything's been lovely since then.
Wow. It really is like brothers. That you just managed to bury the hatchet like that.
Yeah, well, sometimes, what I learned is that sometimes things seem really big at the moment, but if you don't take the time to pull back and look at it in a bigger perspective, you can let it get the best of you. And now when I feel myself getting that way, and this is just as we grow and get older and learn, I try to go, okay, how does it look from here? But how does it look from here? And how does it look from here? And
Is that an excuse to flex? Look at his arms. Watch it.
Yeah.
We used to accuse. We had a teacher in middle school named Mike Rockefort. Sounds exactly. He looks exactly like he sounds. And I guess he had a good physique. And he would flex. You could tell he was spending time on the chalkboard, and he would do these poses where he would keep the chalk and then do like a tricep curl with the chalk.
Right.
And we would mock him endlessly and do it. When he would leave the room, we would like flex on the chalkboard and stuff.
Look at how I can lift this heavy piece of chalk, you guys.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Right.
does it look from here? And then maybe it's like, well, you know what? That doesn't actually look that big from this distance. And maybe I should just like calm down and deal with it better.
Huffington Post, you've done it again. So one would say if Danny Elfman can have a falling out with Tim Burton, then anybody can, including one John Christopher Depp II. But before we get to Tim Burton, I want to show you the timeline here of our friend. Let me see if I can go to this. This is Depp's F buddy. Like it or not, something's going on here. These pictures are too incriminating. Friends don't do this. You could see it or nothing. He's giving her like a dry humping her from behind. She is right around Lily Rose's age. Her age has changed more than the opening date to Jean du Barry in America. She's 23 1 minute. She's 28. Either or, it's still ridiculous.
She blurs in there. Right.
She blurs in there.
Johnny Depp, 61, and Yulia Vlasova, a 28-year-old Russian beautician and model, are reportedly dating. Their relationship is described as a very casual, with occasional meetings over the past few years. Depp and Vlasova were
Does that look like Friends? Let's take a gander at the pilot, everyone. What ethnicity is he?
Oh.
Might you say Saudi Arabia? Would you say that that's Prince MBS's pilot of a plane they're about to board? How does he meet a Russian beautician How is this getting together? The school of thought is that MBS brings in female groupies for all the celebrities he wants to hang out with. She's a Russian. How does one meet a Russian beautician?
He's low-key sex trafficking people.
Yeah, no, that's how it's framed. That's how it's framed.
Recently spotted looking cozy at the London heliport. The couple has been seen to.
We're just friends.
I've never heard such, like, you know,
we're friends.
I've never heard such, like, Nick Jr. music over a sex trafficking.
Oh, I know. What is this? Hey Arnold, right?
Blues Clues music over this disgusting part of humanity.
Laughing my ass off. He probably screwed Vlasova, and she wanted more recognition. Yeah, I'm probably right. It is what I don't. We don't do it. It is what it is here, but you can. But women know what they're doing. Yes, they do. ESP40. Yes, they do. And what they want. Why not talk about the women who want older men? Yeah, she's certainly and she went on her Instagram and tried to deny it. She was told to probably say that. Oh, we're friends. There's nothing going on. Yeah, right. I'm convinced. You got me. I'm totally convinced. And
this
again,
is so
I don't
intimate. This picture.
The options he has. You don't. Right.
Together multiple times, including at a Prague concert in July 2022, honoring Depp's late friend Jeff. Honoring Depp's late.
You see that last one? Look at this. Sometimes she looks 45 and sometimes she looks 25. Depending on, not my type, by the way. Not my type.
It's the Two-Face from Seinfeld.
It is also crazy, too, that all the women he's been with, they're all ridiculously thin, like under 100 pounds. The combined, we'll go to the graph after this, which is even crazier.
Honoring Depp's late friend Jeff Beck. Depp and
she strikes me as a big Jeff Beck fan.
Yeah, she's a big alternative guitar fan.
Most 24-year-olds are.
Vlasova first met in August 2021
Joe Satriani
at a film.
Is that Yngwie Malmsteen?
Festival in Prague.
Somebody in the thread, I don't know who it was. It was Johnny Bye Bye. Could have been ECB40. They had a great idea that Lily Rose's girlfriend, Shake, which is a basketball nickname, should open for Depp and Lily Rose performing, and she's a rapper, and that would be a great opening act. That's a great idea.
That is a great idea. I like that.
Where the model resides and runs a makeup and hairstyling studio.
Now she has the fucking transitions, the red tints.
God.
And so the Deptfords are going crazy. What did you learn from this trial? You're being duped again with the pussy fog and the feminine wiles. You're going right down. But what they're really upset about is they're not her. Yeah. And the age difference is ridiculous. What do they talk about? I have no idea. The definition of insanity, say it all together, making the same mistake over and over again and expecting different results. So here we are again. He learned shit. He learned nothing. This is the dumbest relationship on the face of the earth. This is why I want to tear down everything in his orbit.
Right. But this one looks like
this security should be throwing themselves in front of him going down this road again.
Right. But this one looks like Denise Richards, so it must be different. You know?
Oh, that's funny. That's a Seinfeld stot. Remember the Costanza thing? She played the daughter of Warren Littlefield in that scene. Yeah. Yes, and she goes, "Get a good look, Costanza, my 15-year-old daughter."
15, Jesus.
Oh, you think it's a parallel to Shoshana Lonstein?
Well, because they met around the same time.
Yeah, that easily could be.
Yeah.
God, you're so right. Almost like you ever see those Target commercials? That sounds like the same music too.
Yes, exactly. It is like, it's fun. I sometimes do this if I'm teaching like a music class or something with kids, where it's like I'll show like a scary monster scene from Godzilla, let's say, and I'll put that music we just heard over it and then play with, just to show you how music totally changes your perception of what you're watching.
Yep.
So it's just so funny that it's like, we're clearly seeing like a, harem being provided to Johnny Depp. And we've got this like charming, Blue's Clues music over it.
Can you see this graph okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So the good people at Depp Delusion created a graph of the women he's dated over his life. Okay. So the point of it is they get younger. The age gap gets younger as he gets older. And it exactly follows through it. So he dates Lori Allison, his first wife. She's older than him by 6 years. We move on to Sherilyn Finn. She's 2 years younger. It's kind of weird here. Jennifer Grey, after that, is actually 3 years older. There's a couple in between there that are not brought up. We'll stay on the obvious ones.
Yeah.
Winona Ryder, he dated when she was illegal. So she was 17. He was 27, 28. -9. Kate Moss, same, 9. Vanessa, 10 years older. So now we're creeping up. Amber Heard, 23 years difference. Who fits in between that? Well, we'll go to, I'll put her in between Amber and Pauline and Glenn. After Amber Heard, they forget a huge one. Rochelle Hathaway.
Rochelle. Yeah, that's right.
Who is now, her age goes all over the place. But let's say that I've seen her as young as 28 or as old as 33. So let's sort of go, she fits very neatly right in between Amber and Paulina. It's exactly the same trajectory. Paulina Glenn, the sublime Russian, 32 years younger than him. And as he gets older, it's that Matthew McConaughey thing. That's what I love about these high school girls. We get older, they stay the same age.
Yeah, so it's so charming.
And Yulia, she is at the youngest, 33 years younger than Depp. So this is the trajectory, and it is very bizarre. And look at this USA Today bar graph we have where it's all medical. They hate him so much on Depp Delusion. They're putting in, pre-calculus skills into play here.
They're designing 1991 overhead projector cells for.
They should sell this to USA Today on the cover. Isn't that crazy?
It's so funny.
So that's all legit. Those ages are true,
that's
and
crazy.
It's crazy. Journey said she's based in Czechoslovakia, and they met him at the Karlov Film Fest. Like, she's a fan of that. That's so bizarre. I hate everything about that relationship. Everything about it. Oh my God! Yes to thin women.
Yeah, Depp will be in his early 80s, and he'll be with a woman who is pregnant with a girl who he will soon date. That's how bad it's going to get.
That's where it's going. And she is in Lily Rose's age range. I said this was coming during the trial, and here we are. The Lily Rose, the age thing. Like, that is clearly. And again, when you're idolizing these creepy dinosaur rockers, the order of business that they love, obsessed with having wives and girlfriends who are significantly older, that's what you're emulating, right? Younger,
yes.
I mean.
Right.
ECB 40, yes, they're all about thin women. Yes. Also, the combined weight of those women is probably 150 pounds. If you put it all together when he met them. I don't think they even get to 200 pounds at the combined weight. Right. Rochelle Hathaway is ridiculously thin. She's too young to even be a Beck Hansen fan. That's so funny, Autobot. Hansen, Umbop. She's too young for fucking Umbop.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Oh, Beck. He means Beck. He means Beck, the musician. The
right.
Prince.
That was.
I thought she meant Hansen. Or Tom Hansen. Too young for Tom Hansen.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I thought you were coming online. This is Mr. Villataro. No, we're going to be on Friday, Jose. But it's a Howard show Friday. This is another one. I'm trying to do 2 in the same week.
I love when people get mad when we come on. Like, what? Why are you running?
You have to fit into my exact schedule or don't come on. Now, we're going to be on Friday, too. It's a Howard show.
Yeah.
Lotus Notes. He needs to go back to escorts who are discreet. I agree. I still love him, but he needs to do better and pick women who can keep their mouth shut. How about a black woman, ECB 40? How about a black woman instead of these ridiculously white women? How about that's what he needs? He needs a sister in his life. That's what I would team him with. There's also talk of him like a Black Morticia Adams, dealing with a Greta Cruz now. I did not see that, ECB40. I did not see that. Go ahead, Davyd.
Sarah said on an episode once that if he ever got with like a regular woman, he'd be with her the rest of his life. And I agree with that. I think like he needs a regular woman to stop the carousel of insanity that is his
those are the circles you run in. You know, those are
Right.
the circles he runs in. You're only going to meet that type, that ilk. Mr. Chris Delopoulos says Depp seems sad. He's the worst of the Hollywood boomer men. Keanu Reeves, Ryan Gosling. Well, they're a lot younger than he is. Gosling and Leto. Aren't they exposing themselves as needy and narcissistic when they should be admirable? Yes, agreed on all of that.
Yeah.
Not for nothing, Rochelle played her part and never spoke about it. Yes. And even to this day on her I'm obsessed with Tandon Traveled on Instagram. It's like after your Instagram, it's probably my second favorite one. And you follow her, right?
It's funny. I drove past Terran Tactical yesterday. I wanted to take a little video and send it to you.
We're going to be doing a Where is Rochelle Hathaway this week, because her whole thing is she just travels around and she's ridiculously skilled in all these like guy things, which constitutes, what a lesbian would do in the lesbomobile. Her Instagram, I'm fascinated. But he's right. She does not. She brings. Obviously, she knows the drama besides it, but she's never brought him up ever on this Instagram. And by the Ronnie Seabach is following her. Josh Richmond.
Interesting.
This is her Instagram, everyone. This is Depp's F buddy in between all of Vanessa Paradis and Amber. This is Rochelle Hathaway. They don't say her name in full during the trial, but this is quote unquote Rochelle. And just a girl in search of sand, sunshine, and Depp's crotch. Travel advisor. And she's a yoga instructor. She was a weapons instructor at Terran Tactical, which Davyd visited.
Yeah.
And this is her on a motorcycle. This is the skills she has. Look at this. Dirt bikes. This woman, I can't ride a dirt bike. I can't do that. She's a crazy, how do I put this? Gunswoman, rifleman, incredible shot. Apparently she's like ridiculously as a markswoman, anti-gun person though. At the same time, and most of all, a party girl. This is her life. Yes. How do you not be jealous of what this life is? She goes everywhere.
That video exhausted me just watching it. Like I'm getting so old now.
Yeah, the traveling itself is exhausting. Look at how thin she is. And Rochelle. She is indeed is she a top or a bottom? We don't know. But goddamn,
feel the sun. Sorry.
She's more talented than anyone he's ever been with in every way, shape, and form.
Yeah, it's just jack of all trades. I think
I know.
that,
I want to feel the sun. Perfect. Right. Boys in the Hamptons, perfect for that. I want to feel the sun. We got to do that up. By the way, that is my discovery. Don't think that I'm not taking my own thing back to Lotus Notes. That is I should put ownership on that.
I'll send you my cover of it too.
Your cover is brilliant, by the way. I have to agree with you. Thank you, Sunflower, and you are part of the team. Welcome to the Lotus Notes Deppening family. The next girlfriend is just born, says Zersky842.
Right, exactly right. I also think it's bizarre these like job titles of beautician and travel advisor. Like, I always think it's weird when travel agencies still exist today. Like, there's no need for them unless you're of a generation that can't figure out Expedia. Right. So
some of these online flight are amazing. Like, why would you need someone to just go up and go Cleveland to LA and
and we'll find a hotel for you. Right. I mean, you can do it all yourself. I get that, like, my great uncle who's 82, if he's going to take a trip, God forbid, he's going to do it through a travel agent, but at a certain point they're all going to go away. But I just wonder, like, what is that job description of travel advisor? She seems to be enjoying her travel without advising other people how to do it. You know what I mean?
She was also a quote unquote private jet stewardess, flight attendant. How do you think she met Depp? Karen Tactical or as a stewardess? As a flight attendant for a private.
Right.
It could be any of the above. She was also a yoga. Remember Amber Heard made a yoga instructor crack to her during the audio?
Oh, yeah.
So it could have been any of those things. She's all of those things.
She gets in, like, if Depp needs training for a particular skill for a movie that's coming up, she immediately gets that job to be his trainer, like training him to be a marksman for Public Enemies or whatever it is.
Yeah. She just happens to be the instructor. And how emasculating is that? She's teaching you how to shoot.
Right.
Hey, y'all. See, I could see getting your ass kicked by her. She clearly has. Hey, y'all. Glad to be. This is Mr. D during the day at the gym on the stationary bike and listening. Y'all talking about Stern or Depp? This is Depp, Mr. D. Glad to have you. I just had a conversation with my cousin. He said that he's embarrassed to be the old guy at the pickup line at the elementary school with his son, Bobby. Like, he's an older dad compared to the other dads. He said that one of the dads was just made like a TV. I can't remember what it was, but so I said to him, don't feel. Conrad Bain in Different Strokes. Get this, was 47 when that show started.
Good Lord.
And you think he's 67.
I think
so my
he
cousin's
looks so old,
3 years older than him.
Oh my God.
In that season, but he looks like he's 25 years younger than Conrad Bain.
Right. Yeah. No, Conrad Bain got dealt a. Do you know Conrad Bain had an identical twin?
I didn't know that, but he's also from Canada.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Well, you grew up with him. He was born in 1923, I think.
Yeah. I was his midwife. Right.
And so I said to him, you should make you feel good. And you look, and then we're talking about like how he's so insecure that he shows up at the school and he tries to young himself up, and he shows up like in a Clippers jersey and with a backward hat on, with a backward fitted hat on.
Hello, fellow students. Right.
Yeah. And they're going, what is this? Just midlife crisis.
Talking to like 24. Yeah, talking to like 24-year-old dads, like, yeah, I can't wait to rent a car either legally.
You get DoorDash last night, dude.
Right.
All right. Yeah, Sunflower Dragon. There is some, because I'm skilled at a ton of guy things. I could never look at a vagina in the face. We don't know. I'm assuming. No, I've seen pictures of her doing it. She actually scuba dives too. Rochelle Hathaway.
Oh wow.
She's
God,
actually,
damn.
I guarantee you, she was considered a scuba instructor at some point or another. It is crazy. One wonders, how do you jam all that stuff into a young life like that?
Seriously, I'm wondering that myself.
All that stuff? Right?
I'm trying to get like a living wage, and like I barely have time for a social life or hobbies.
You're obviously a virtuoso musician. You're a master of the English language, but I mean, you stay in your lane for the most part. You do that all the time. To jump around from skill to skill like that, how would you ever master those things? But she clearly has.
Yeah,
I mean, daredevil things.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is like maybe they're all based around the same like mechanism in her brain. So like if you learn one, you can learn the other ones more quickly.
Yeah.
I don't,
There's a character in Marvel Comics named Taskmaster, and his power, if you want to call, and he could be considered a mutant. I don't know if you saw him at the Xavier Institute, but he's never been there, and wouldn't be. His power is photographic reflexes. So he sees something and he can seemingly master it in seconds, whether it's archery or baseball or any martial arts. So his thing is he rips off other superheroes' moves and skills, and then puts them all together and uses it against them. That's almost like what she's like. Any skill, she seems to master it in, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I do think there is like some people are just really good mimics, but if they had to justify their love of the passion, they couldn't do it. It's just that they could imitate it.
Yes,
and
he gets mocked for that often in comic books. That you are not you're an imitator, and it's supposed to be like get to him and stuff. Like Captain America has he tries to imitate him most of all. He has a shield, like Taskmaster has a shield and a sword and a bow and arrow, and Steve Rogers, his super soldier serum, can do the same thing, but he doesn't brag about it because his brain is maximized to the height of human potential, which means that he can watch someone's fighting style and master it and imitate it just by looking at it. Like he has the same thing, but he doesn't brag about it, and he doesn't really use it as often as he could because he prefers his own fighting style. But if you fight him, he knows what you're going to do.
And I think that, you know, in that way, it seems like Rochelle Hathaway is kind of a poser, but she can hide that fact well because she seems to be apt at the things that she's trying to get involved in. She's trying to be all things to all people, but she just happens to be able to imitate doing it really well.
Yeah,
but
well,
she's really just kind of a poser.
What if she turned her sights to music? Right? Would she be able to play in your orchestra in a mere 3 months?
I think you're correct in that, because all of these things have like a, you know, survivalist daredevil component to them, that it's easy to replicate they probably all have like a base, the same base level of, you know, physical skills or you know, it's easy to imitate all of them.
How about the Sunflower Dragon? I'm skilled at a ton of guy things, and I can never look a vagina in the face. This is someone who's a walking Lilith Fair saying this. Who rides the Lesmobile with all these progressive bumper stickers all over it, or so she claims. And it's crazy. She's saying this. That's quite a dichotomy. That
I didn't know vaginas had faces, by the way.
Conrad Bain is also in Maude. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, with B. Arthur.
Yes, ma'am. Nothing gives me more pleasure than talking about Rochelle Hathaway. I mean, it's one of my most favorite topics on the face of the earth is talking about Rochelle Hathaway.
She's the one that got
they
away.
avoided it so much during the trial, right? During Depp's, like when that should have been brought up over and over. No topic is avoided more in Depp's life than Rochelle Hathaway. Nothing gives me more pleasure than talking about her extensively.
Right.
Thank you, little Depphead. Maybe little Depphead's Rochelle Hathaway for all we know.
Right,
Maybe that's
true.
Rochelle.
I'm
a big fan, Rochelle.
Yeah, I still like the idea that Lil is short for Lily Depp.
Yes. Rochelle Hathaway has a comic book body too. If you were a comic book artist, you could barely draw how, like, the ideal, like, she's ridiculously thin, probably 34C, tan, traveled in every way, toned in all the right ways. You know, you couldn't like I said, a comic book artist could not draw that.
Yeah, she's a very boxy kind of figure. Yeah.
Effervescent. Speaking of effervescent, here's Sunflower Dragon. Zero chance she was a scuba instructor. Look, that's her domain. That she is protecting her. Look at that. Certified, but no instructor. Fuck that.
Got to rise out of Sunflower Dragon.
I knew it. Okay, on to Tim Burton. Tim Burton was recently inducted to the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Now, our Nubicorn, Black Morticia Adams, alerts me that Depp was in LA at the exact same time Burton was, as globe hopping as Depp is. He was in LA. So tell everyone, Davyd, where is the Walk of Fame as relates to Sweetser?
So Walk of Fame is on Hollywood Boulevard, kind of by Jimmy Kimmel's studio.
Yep.
Hollywood and Highland. And if you go west, probably 3-4 miles, and go down to Sunset Boulevard, that's where Sweetser is. So I'd say it's about maybe 7-10 minutes away from Sweetser.
Okay. So at the very same time, Tim Burton's getting inducted into the Walk of Fame. Depp is at his not in France, he's not in England, he's not jerking off to Jeff Beck. He is in LA, a scant, was it 4 miles away?
Yeah, sure.
From where this is. Hanging out with Morgan Tremaine from TMZ, who you know from the trial.
Yeah.
Apparently. Who apparently was recruited by Camille Vasquez.
Right.
And here's his on-screen directing muse, not invited to this thing, not there. We can offer all these theories. I got a couple. So let's watch Tim Burton get inducted by Winona Ryder and somewhat abbreviated cast of Michael Keaton's there. Danny Elfman is not there, interestingly enough.
Yeah.
At the same time.
I'm Sarah Zarell, the board chair of the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. The Hollywood Chamber of Commerce has proudly been hosting the Walk of Fame for more than 60 years for people all over the world, and today we are going to celebrate Tim Burton!
How do you get this job she has? What is this? What is this position? How do you get this?
I bet it's a SAG-AFTRA like hosting thing.
Give us a little landscape, Davyd. What happens here? So they have it on the sidewalk itself, and how much of this area is corned off to the general public? What is it taking? Have you ever seen this happen when you were walking by?
I have. Yeah. Okay. They take up like a city block, and they'll block off the roads for the cars, so they'll put up barricades on Hollywood Boulevard, but you can drive through the side streets.
Okay.
But yeah, it's probably a city block.
But as if traffic isn't bad enough, you have this. I heard this theory that it was either George Carlin, I think, said if you took golf courses out of LA, it would solve all the traffic problems.
Yeah.
It would create all sorts of shortcuts and stuff.
It's true. Yeah. That's a good point.
I'd now like to introduce you to our MC for the day. He is an Emmy award-winning entertainment journalist who has interviewed industry giants around the world and all of the all-stars. And he across all media platforms. And I would like to welcome Tony Potts.
Good morning, everybody. How are you out there?
I don't think Tim Burton likes getting up early. I wonder why I did this in the morning. I mean, you talk about a night person. He's all about the aesthetic. He likes the morning as much as he likes black people. Go ahead.
Right. I mean, they probably do it to like avoid any major traffic issues. Like, we'll do this in the morning. I mean, there's still rush hour, so it's silly. Maybe this is probably mid-morning where it's like the morning rush.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
It's not, You
ever go to a store at 10 o'clock in the morning, or there's no one there at 11 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
Right during the week.
Exactly.
Little warm? All right, we'll get moving. Let's get this shindig moving. I'm excited to be the MC today, and as we welcome Tim Burton to the Hollywood Walk of Fame,
Now, if you're watching this, you don't know what's going on. You got to be like, okay, Johnny Depp's obviously there. Okay, I can't wait for him to come up and do his homage to him. Nope. He's 3 miles away, though. You could literally, Davyd, you think you could hear this from Sweetser if you just walk to the edge of the street?
if he was at his gate. By the way, I just dropped a link in the private chat. I took a screenshot of the map, the Google map from Hollywood Walk of Fame to his house.
Oh my God.
I don't know if that opens for you.
I'm trying to open it right now. Come on. Sure as shit taking a while. Come on. It's a screenshot. It won't open.
I can try emailing it to you.
Don't worry about it. Let's. Thank
There's
you.
a bit of a story. It used to be via a bus ride from Burbank, am I correct? To this very store.
That's not a struggle. That's not. You're right in the midst. Everybody does this shit when they try to make themselves look like an underdog. They go, how does a kid from Burbank, LA, make it?
Which is super affluent, by the way.
Yes, and super white. And people, it's this in New York all the time. They go, how does a kid from West Islip, New York, get to go to this movie? Because you're 5 minutes away from Manhattan. You got to be from somewhere. What does that mean? How does a kid from fill in the blank? It's always, you're not an underdog.
Burbank is part of Los Angeles County.
Right.
And not only that, Burbank is home to Warner Brothers Pictures. It is home to Universal Studios. It is home, there are more movie studios and TV, like CBS Radford. There's more of that in Burbank than there is in Hollywood. Paramount's the only movie studio that's really in Hollywood proper. So
that's what I hear.
Yeah.
That's what I hear.
I saw him back there earlier looking at other masks, so things are afoot, apparently so. Before we start, let's give a big shout out to our fans tuning in around the world and attended California Institute of the Arts. 47 pages, but we've tried to condense it down. Tim Burton is a director and artist widely regarded as one of cinema's most imaginative and visual filmmakers. Tim grew up in Burbank, California, just over the hill, as we just said, and attended California Institute of the Arts, CalArts, which is another over the hill in the Santa Clarita Valley, where he studied character animation. There he created his early shorts,
Okay, that art school?
Yeah.
Guess who went there?
Which I've been to. Walt Disney started the school. Tim Burton went there. Tons of animators.
Don't worry about it. I just Tracy Jacobs.
Oh, there we go.
So many don't realize if you read her depositions and that's how Depp got Edward Scissorhands. They were friends, long friends in art school. And that's how Depp was able to get an audition for Scissorhands, because she secured it because she knew him from that art school.
Right.
Depp and Tracy Jacobs now are obviously completely estranged, don't speak. It's almost going on 10 years. He supposedly owes her $11 million of back agency fees, which he also, remember that guy, Tom Mutat said that he owed the other agent that too?
Oh, I don't remember that actually.
I don't know. Oh, you weren't on that show. Okay. He had an agent. The guy called him the worst guitarist he'd ever seen. And then he went into films, and then he talked to the agent that hooked him up, and he said Depp still owed him crazy back end fees from stuff. And they don't speak, obviously. So this goes on. So Tracy Jacobs, if she's still tight with Burton, and she very well may be, that would cause a strain between those two.
Yes,
Depp
definitely.
and Burton to have to bring her up. It's very possible she's still close with Burton, and that's causing. There's no reason he's not there. The other reason is, well, she'll be coming on soon to introduce him.
Attracted the attention of Walt Disney Productions, as it should have, and gained him an apprenticeship at the studio. Now, while at Disney, he directed the following films: Vincent, the film adaptation of Hansel and Gretel, and Frankenweenie, who the 5-year-old boy in me still loves to say. Now, many of Tim's films, such as Ed Wood, Sleepy Hollow, Big Fish, and Alice in Wonderland, have garnered numerous Academy Awards, BAFTAs, and Golden Globe nominations and wins, cementing Tim's status as one of the greatest filmmakers of all.
He and Depp worked together, I think it's 9 times. I want to say in total, and it's not even close. Maybe Helena Bonham Carter, if you add up the screen time.
Now, Tim has a dedicated following, notably for classic features such as his 1985 directorial debut and huge hit, Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
EB40 says, as for black women about JB, he might need one in his life. LOL. I agree. I've been saying that. We've been saying that since Fairfax. That's the left turn away from these pale 85-pound white women is a strong black woman. That's the change. And I don't, as for Tim, some people say that Depp didn't want to draw attention. See, we love to make excuses for him. That's just not. Then why would Michael Keaton do it? And why would Winona Ryder do it? But I think Depp was told not to come. There's just no reason. He wasn't there.
No one watches these besides the people that are there and maybe.
I know. I'm amazed who didn't see this. I agree.
Yeah. So draw attention from what?
Nick, you're right. Those woos are very cringy. I agree.
Yeah, the one for Alice in Wonderland.
The wildly invented Beetlejuice. And the
Beetlejuice, the Batman's, Big Fish, or Planet of the Apes, or non-Depp movies. Go ahead, sorry.
Right. No, I love the white women in the crowd with the woos. It's like that. It's like Wendy Williams' audience.
I would love to see the crowd. See the aesthetic, and Burton's girlfriends. And what are all so pale. What Helena Bonham Carter, Lisa Marie, now Monica Bellucci. They're all so crazy white.
Action blockbusters, Batman and its follow-up, Batman Returns.
What about Dark Shadows?
So the cool thing here is, though, one of Tim's probably greatest industry achievements is helping to reinvigorate.
No straight man with actual testicular providence would watch this, nor any award show. This is for teenagers and desperate housewives. Did Danny Elfman do the score for Desperate Housewives?
He did the theme song, yeah.
Okay. I don't think G Canada knew that, but that's just an interesting tie-in. The man who doesn't follow pop culture.
The man who can name 4 sketch comedy shows from 1991 to 2006.
Yes, and he's not into pop culture.
Great. The stop motion industry, starting with his 1993 creation and cult classic, Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Why do they call it stop motion? It always bothered me. I don't understand that phrase.
Because they're clay characters and they change the pose, take a photo. So they're stop, every frame they stop to have to change the pose, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hate that almost as much as craft services.
I know. And Gaslight.
Followed by 2005's Corpse Bride and 2012's Frankenweenie. Both Academy Award and BAFTA nominated films. Arguably, however, his most beloved film is the 1990 romantic fantasy film called Edward Scissorhands, which he directed, co-wrote, and produced. Most recently, Tim has received international acclaim for his work on the hit TV series Wednesday, which my daughter last night told me she loves. She's 30 and she watches it. And his film Beetlejuice, the highly anticipated sequel to his 1988 feature Beetlejuice, which opens in cinemas nationwide this Friday.
One might accuse them of a full promotion for Beetlejuice. Is what this is. It's an excuse to promote Beetlejuice in a sophisticated way.
That's a really interesting. I wonder if at some point getting the movie studio figures let's organize with the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, you getting your star in the Walk of Fame in order to promote this newest venture.
It would cost them nothing. Right. I heard it cost $10,000 to do that. Is that true, or is it more than that?
I think it's some 5-figure number. I don't know if 10 is way too affordable. I feel like it's probably 50. I could pay for a star. I would waste money. On that.
There's some really weird. I saw the worst one I think I've seen is Sarah Silverman got one, and I'm what has she ever done that's successful? What has she done? She dated Jimmy Kimmel. That's the most successful thing. How? Where do we draw the line with this?
Well,
go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think they have like a panel that reviews it too. Like, you can't just pay and get your way. Like, they have to review it. But to your point, it's like, yeah, Sarah Silverman has not had anything that's really taken
successful. Yeah,
right.
she's not done anything that warrants that. You have to have some project where it was super success. Something. You can't just do occasional stand up. And again, it's that same comedian, like Jewish, 7 attractive Jewish girls saying dirty shit, whether it's Amy Schumer or they all do the same fucking shit. How? You got to draw the line, and Sarah Silverman's a good place to draw that line. You need to strike over her and put, I don't care if it's Sandra Bernhard.
Yeah. I wonder if she is a star. I'm not
probably
sure
not.
That. Yeah.
Please help me welcome to the stage our newest Walk of Famer, the one, the only, Mr. Tim Burton.
I don't know where I am. I think
So now what happens is we make you stand there for another 10 minutes. Because we have some people who love you, who want to,
More transition lenses.
Yeah, it's funny. Burton's one of the few. Oh, there's a black guy. I can't believe they don't have like 10 security guards in between. Look at this. Is a boom mic guy. Look at this bottom right.
Right. I see.
Notice he's no eye contact. Look at him down here.
Right.
He's one of the few directors that get recognized. Like, you don't know what directors look like for the most part.
Yeah, it's
so
like him,
he
Spielberg, and
Scorsese. It'd be like Depp not being here is like if De Niro didn't go to a Scorsese induction.
Right.
On that level. Every news anchor says Anthony has a star.
Our first speaker is an award-winning actress who has become a Hollywood icon for her dynamic and varied performances and for constantly challenging herself with each project. She will soon be seen reprising her.
A good joke to make fun of everything when they introduce her would be if she slipped out of one of these stores with a shopping bag and pulled it out of her dress that she just shoplifted onto.
So some might say that our next speaker stole the show when she was in Edward Scissorhands.
A medley of shoplifting jokes. Oh, that'd be so funny.
Iconic role as Lydia Dietz in Warner Brothers Pictures' Tim Burton film Beetlejuice. This long-awaited sequel to the cult classic marks their 4th collaboration. Now, you've seen her in Martin Scorsese's The Age of Innocence. She is currently in production on the final season of some small
Davyd, you ever see you ever just by accident run into a Trump rally?
This long-awaited sequel to
at a MAGA knuckle-dragging reprobate, they plant black people in front every now and again in front to make it look like he has. So look at this. There's a black woman and a black male right here to Burton's left. And it's almost as if that bothered him, the article about how there's no black. So they planted them right there by the camera.
Cult classic marks their 4th collaboration. Now, you've seen her in Martin Scorsese's The Age of Innocence. She is currently in production on the final season of some small series. You know, we hope it gets some traction. It's called Stranger Things.
God, he's really.
Please welcome to the stage, Walk of
Baby Girl. I love it. Welcome, Baby Girl, 19538. That's such a prison number in a way, right? 19538. Eyes forward. Take his back to Yulia. There's a video of her saying how she's going to see Johnny up. See Johnny up by throwing herself at him for money, fame, and attention. I did not see this video, Baby Girl. I will get to it next time. I believe you. There is no relationship between them. It's a lie. Well, any relationship is a horrible one with these two.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's invented, it's like...
Even if it's invented.
She's around, yeah.
Yep.
Famer, Winona Ryder.
Okay, so here's Ms. Horowitz. So the other theory I have is there's two-pronged thing, right? So he could be the Tracy Jacobs thing in Burton, and why you would never see Depp around Winona Ryder in the same
Right.
orbit at any one time. So he
Totally.
knows she's invited. They're promoting Beetlejuice. We have never seen them in the same place since they broke up. There's little admiration things they throw at each other, but never would they be in the same place. So that's
Right.
another factor to throw in here.
And always the reason I thought, like, because people were speculating if Depp would have a cameo in the Beetlejuice sequel, and I was like, I doubt it unless it's something where he's not in the same shot as Winona, you know.
Or the Addams Family thing. Yeah, we talked about that, how they would never shoot together.
In Wednesday,
And
right? Yeah.
Could it be Winona saying she doesn't want him there? Or Depp saying, I don't see that. I think Depp is really just, when someone's dead to him, they're dead to him. And
Right.
there's no coming back. There's no putting that toothpaste back in the container.
Who do you think has more show business pull at this point, like Johnny Depp or Winona Ryder? Because Winona like has her career reinvented by Stranger Things.
Yes, but not enough to upstage what he's massively done. And she had so many down years that it's just there's no coming back from to even
This
come
is
close
her
to even him
final
on a
death
downward
rattle.
spiral. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
But that's a great question. And she's pretty beloved in her own right, but not on his level. We still, you just can't. It's just untouchable. But I think it came from both parties, the uncovered. Now here we are, right? We're a bit into this, and all these references of Burton's career. Depp's name has not come up once. They've not individually brought his name up once.
Right. Yeah.
How do you avoid that? Unless you're consciously avoiding it.
I mean, even mentioning like, and his, he named all these movies, and then he's saving the best for last. Edward Scissorhands, like,
which is
who
bizarre,
was in
right?
that? Right. Yeah.
And Scissorhands, as great as it is not even close to the biggest moneymaker for Burton. I mean, I think people go. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I half of its appeal is Depp's performance, if not more than half.
Yep. I don't even think Scissorhands won its week when it came out, Davyd. I think it made 50 million in the States.
Oh wow!
So it's not about money with that movie.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hello, I am so happy to be here to honor our beloved Tim.
If you spoke to her on the phone, this is a 52-year-old woman. Would you think she was like 23? So like the voice is so relentlessly mousy still.
Yeah.
You would not think you were talking to a 52-year-old woman.
I remember watching an interview from like 99 when she was doing Girl Interrupted, and she was, she had a younger voice, but was able to speak more quickly. And it's kind of the thing. It's like the Howard thing where it's like so sub-vocalized and so paced in such a weird.
Oh, Depp too. I mean, you hear interviews with Depp in the late 80s and early 90s. It's a way zippier speech cadence. It's amazing that's the same guy.
She does. Yeah. Winona at this stage in life does have like a shaky dog at the pound kind of quality to her. Like,
yeah, it's good. That's good. Baby girl says Stern hates Depp. It pokes at no. Believe me, if Robert Downey Jr. tells Howard to love Depp, people love him. He tried to capitalize. He commented on that trial. We couldn't stop goofing on him. A month after it hit, he had no opinion on it until a month later. He was told, because he thought if he took the opposite, he didn't know where the trial was going, so he tried to take Amber Heard's side, and it blew up in his face. And he just is such a poser. He has no right to even weigh in. He knew nothing about it. Why anybody even listened to him on that thing? He knew nothing about it. The fact that his PR people were planting stories so he got publicity off it is just ridiculous. It was the worst take on anything regarding Depp Heard in all of pop culture. The worst.
Got his talking points.
Yep.
got his talking points from Stephanopoulos' wife. What's her name?
Or Kimmel. Whatchamacallit? Oh God, what's her name again?
Whatever.
Oh God, I forget her name. She was in
Comedian.
Living Color. Yeah.
Yeah.
Finally
Quote.
getting his star. I mean, giving him the star
Winona
is sort
hasn't
of like
returned the
pinning a
CDs.
medal on Mount Everest for being.
That could you imagine coming back to? And wasn't it Barney's? She's still turning the stuff now.
Yeah, my friend, I had a friend who was at the mall she was shoplifting at when it happens. Like she remembers police cars showing up and everything. So
oh my God,
I'll have to ask her about that story again.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
the whole precinct shows up for Winona Ryder.
For Winona Ryder. Is Anthony referring to like Winona hasn't returned his CDs like in a breakup, like split up the albums or something?
Yeah, they would exchange like I'll burn you a CD of your favorite music, my favorite.
Right.
Our memories are.
Yeah.
Yeah, Howard. Right. Howard had his fucking stylist imitating everything.
We
Depp
did a
did,
show
from
on
the
that.
Scarves. They're right. He was literally a walking Burton creation, Wigabod Crane, we call him, with all the black. He's such a poser and the Frankenstein boots, and he's the
We should
worst.
do that when Burton was in studio and he accused Tim Burton of stealing like what was that? Howard accused Tim Burton of stealing something from him.
Oh, fucking Mars Attacks.
That's right. That's
yeah.
Right.
I do think this is ECP 40. When someone's dead to him, they are dead to him. That's a Gemini thing. Yeah, June 9th, 1963. But he spoke out for Winona when she was stealing. Yeah, remember he was promoting Pirates 1, and he was on 2020, and they made him comment on the Winona thing, and he was just like, "Oh, she's a good kid. She's a solid kid." No, she's not 17 when you dated her. She was fucking, 32 at the time.
Right. And then her punishment is having to be in Mr. Deeds with Adam Sandler.
I think that's the first thing she showed up in right after the shoplifting.
Yeah, that was Hollywood hazing her after she committed a crime.
Thank you, ECB40. They did a thing at the MTV Movie Awards, her and Sandler, and it was like a Depp thing where she goes, "I don't know, let's say like to kiss Johnny Depp," and then he asked if he could touch her breasts in this. And he just does like a honk honk, like a joke kind of thing.
Yeah.
He goes, "Come on." And it was a weird moment. It's the 2002. He is the worst.
The tallest.
Depp, do you ever think this is what, not just the fucking the Dior ad, but the day that Depp would be in an Adam Sandler movie was my living hell. He's a cameo, although I do like the fact that it's at a basketball game. Him and Al Pacino, the Donnie Brasco reuniting,
right,
have a cameo in Jack and Jill. Yeah,
that's right.
And he's wearing a Justin Bieber t-shirt.
Tim has such a beautiful and unique understanding of the human heart. He knows the heartache of the misunderstood, the strange, and unusual. He doesn't just understand them, he celebrates them.
Does he celebrate black people?
I can't think of more. Yeah, right.
Outcasts, oddballs, terrifying, or hilarious. He
with
gives
the right
them
aesthetic,
depth, humor, and always a certain gallantry. And
that's interesting. She said the word depth. That's as close as we're gonna get.
He gives them their dignity. His heroes are the very outcasts that he loves. So we've been traveling all over the place promoting Beetlejuice, and I have been asked
Winona giving away the game
what it's like to work with Tim, and it's actually.
That would be really funny if she blurted out the plot to it all and stuff, and the Warner Brothers sues her. They're so sensitive. They're such douche. All of it. Marvel, Disney, DC, Warner Brothers. They're such douches about spoilers now. They're so crazy with it. They have insane NDAs on these people that they like control their speech, for 5 years that they're not allowed. It's so ridiculous.
Well, and my theory is because opening weekend is the only thing that matters to these vultures anymore, and so they want as much of a impetus for people to go see the movie as possible. If she blows any plot point, it destroys their opening weekend.
Like, I defy you to find an interview with any Marvel actor now where they're on a talk show and they make a joke like, "Oh God, I can't." Well, I think there's a guy with a scope. I'm in his crosshairs right now I have the red dot on my head right now. He's going to shoot me in the head if I reveal the.
Right.
They all do the same shit now. That it's a joke now that Marvel has this NDA. You really think they're going to hold Robert Downey Jr. to an NDA? You really think they're going to do that if he said something?
Also, you make a good point. It's like the clip that they show on talk shows is like the most non-plot related. Like, it's not going to motivate anyone to go to see the movie, but they also don't want to give away plot points or something.
Right. Do you want people to see it, or do you? So you're going to hide it all, and we're going to just take your word for it. Do you want anyone? We're going to get to a point, right, where the preview is going to be 3 seconds.
Right.
It's completely. It's so ridiculous.
Imagine like. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
No, imagine going on a talk show and like that barbershop quartet clip that you have. That's all they showed. It's like over in 5 seconds. Like, yeah.
Oh, I thought I was going to get it. I thought I was going to get copyright when I played that. Right. I really thought that this was good enough for copyright.
I'm 95. I'm not dead.
Marvel's that petty and that horrible with their fans now.
Hard. To work with Tim is like being invited to wander through his heart and imagination. It's the ultimate cathedral.
Is Planet of the Apes wandering through his heart and imagination? My heart.
And one of my most cherished.
God, sorry.
It's like being in a cathedral. Cathedrals are notoriously bright and white buildings. Yes.
And sacred places to be, and I am eternally grateful for the time that I've spent there. And on a personal note, Tim, your friendship has been such an enormous gift. When I met you, I was a weird kid. And
now you're a weird adult. Oh shit. I'm sorry. Something just hit me. And it should be obvious, but for some reason it hasn't come up. And who fired Depp most recently from Fantastic Beasts?
Oh, Warner Brothers.
Warner Brothers. Who's behind this film?
Warner Brothers.
Who's the parent company? How on earth could Depp possibly be at some Warner Brothers related anything at this point?
And I completely agree with you that for all intents and purposes, this is part of the press junket. This fake honor of Tim Burton.
Warner Brothers hates him. He hates Warner Brothers. How on earth could he be? All these things, whether it's Jacobs, whether it's Winona Ryder, and Warner Brothers, would repel him from doing. He literally, when they fired him from Fantastic Beasts, he went off on them. There's no love lost in that relation. There's no way he could be at this. It doesn't come up. Allie Wentworth, thank you, Tendrils.
Yes, that's right.
I know. You affirmed my voice. You reinforced my confidence.
Not only that, Davyd, I think there's a gag order from mentioning his name during this.
Yeah, probably. I would believe that. I mean, I think that there's just so much. You can tell that this is just fan service for people that love Tim Burton without, like they don't even believe the articles that he's coming off as racist. And so it's like this event is just trying to avoid controversy on every single level. It's just unabashed fan service. So
I'm not even calling him racist as much as I'm calling him completely disconnected from racial diversity, from having absolutely no relationship with the Black community, having grown up in Burbank and only subsisted in a white world. I'm not even calling him racist as much as I'm saying he has absolutely no vibe with anything racially diverse, including Black people.
Right. The other thing too is that I think that because Edward Scissorhands was like what, his third feature film or third or fourth feature film? I want to
say fourth.
Okay. And So that kicks off Depp being the sort of like pretty face to his weird aesthetic, as he says.
They said Depp's his on-screen muse. This is
Right.
what he wishes he looked right.
So how many people in that audience are like low-key Johnny Depp fans that it's like, well, we'll take Tim Burton. It's the best. It's the next best thing, you know?
I think half the audience is expecting him to show up.
Right. It's like in the early days when the Harry Potter books were coming out. I think people like were obsessed with like, I have to go to a Barnes and Noble to get my book signed by J.K. Rowling, but they really wanted to see if Daniel Radcliffe would show up.
Yes.
You know, like there's always a crush behind the creator, you know.
Anthony goes, looks like the Jamaican funeral when the prop, the corpse in a standing position.
That's funny.
Just a weird comment.
To go against the tides of conformity. Your creative inclusiveness showed me what true
LL
artistic
says,
collaboration.
Grand Kleagle, Tim Burton, LOL. You want to hear Howard kiss Johnny Depp's ass in every way? Listen to the interview. Do I have it on my channel? I know I have it on Patreon. I should put it on our channel anyway. I mean, he couldn't kiss his ass more.
Yeah.
Looked like
From 2001,
and
promoting From Hell.
In other words, you made being a weird girl not just okay, but something to celebrate.
Robin
and
gave him more
even
flack.
Kind of cool.
Yeah.
And
Artie did.
you've carried that torch for us weirdos everywhere, making us all feel seen and valued. Congratulations. I love you so much.
Winona Ryder, everybody.
There's this no doubt. All this stuff factors into him not being it. I think that he, at a time, in most instances, Depp is supposed to be that first choice, and really she's the replacement. And there's just no way with Warner Brothers, with Tracy Jacobs, with Winona there, that he could do this. There's just no way. And like I said, we said it is a Beetlejuice promotion at the same time.
Totally, yeah.
Now, before we bring up our next speaker, we have a couple of friends of yours who are here.
I have friends
to celebrate. You have friends. You
The
have many
audience
friends.
is like, it's Depp, it's
Actor
Depp, it's
Danny
Depp.
DeVito is here.
Warner Brothers doesn't want to be attached to. They're terrified of the label of wife beater and all the things that come with it. And I will say, you can't even. I don't blame these mother companies to employ him on a movie and what they know substance wise, and he could drop dead tomorrow in the middle of filming it. And then what do you got? Who's going to insure him on these movies now? Knowing what they know about being late on set, you factor all of it in. Is it really worth it bringing that baggage? Is it worth it? If you were running these companies and you weren't a super fan, would you want to get caught up in all that? I don't think so.
Yeah. Well, and they're only interested in capitalizing on the fame of like the hot. I mean, you know, Depp is an older guy. You know, it would be one thing if it was like a Keanu Reeves thing, or that's a bad example, but like a Tom Cruise thing where it's like Tom Cruise, for as crazy as he is, like he's still like a working actor, has actually cultivated trying to have movie star status, you know? And
he hasn't lost that ever.
Right.
You know,
never.
He's maintained it since the late 80s.
Right. So even though Tom Cruise is also probably up against like the Hemsworths and the Chris Pines and all Chris Evans and everything, and probably even younger people coming up that I'm just not even aware of.
Right.
Depp has done nothing to like hold up the front for the last 10 years that, you know, would make the studios think that he deserves to be one of the older actors that can still have a career in big studio movies, you know,
especially with a lot of the horrible bombs and choices he's made with Mordecai and Transcendence and Lone Ranger and on and on and on. The second Alice lost a tremendous amount of money. Right. So that was really at the genesis of that. He hurt his own career with those choices. That's the big argument.
Yeah, if I was the speaker, the guy at the podium right now, and I was naming all the movies at the beginning and waiting for their applause to die down, I'd be like, Alice in Wonderland 2, you know, and just wait for the crickets.
Yes.
You guys have done, I think you guys 4 films together? 4 films? 4-ish, 5-ish, okay, 5.
Let's pause for a second. We got Burton, we got Michael Keaton.
Yeah.
Winona's next to him. I don't know who's on Winona's right. Is that her boyfriend? I can't quite.
It looks like Gary Cole, but it's not him. But
that's a good reference by you, actually.
Actress Monica Bellucci.
The Monica Bellucci now is his. It's the same. He should make jokes about how he would never get laid if he wasn't a director. And this is really, if I were Burton, that's what I would do the whole time.
Costume designer Colleen Atwood.
Yeah, she's in every Burton. She's the Danny Elfman of
the costume.
Actor Deep Roy.
Okay, this guy was in Willy Wonka.
Okay.
All right, our next speaker, you might know who he is. He's an accomplished actor, known for his powerful performances on screen. Throughout his career, he's received multiple awards.
I think people are thinking that.
Yeah, no, people are like.
I think people are thinking that he's hiding somewhere.
People, the Depp fans in the audience, they're about to like vomit from like the highs and lows of expectations versus reality.
Yep.
Including Oscars, Golden Globes, Emmys, among many others, in one of Hollywood's greatest collaborations of all time. I see you smiling there. He has worked with Tim 5 times, beginning with the beloved classic Beetlejuice. Now their work continued on the blockbusters Batman and Batman Returns, Walt Disney Studios' Dumbo, and now Beetlejuice. Welcome, Walk of Famer, Michael Keaton.
He's had a nice resurgence in the last, say, a lot of people don't know, you know, in that last Flash movie, he plays Tim Burton's Batman in the whole damn movie, and they call that movie a bomb, but really it's Batman bombing just as much as it is the Flash, because it's just as much a Batman movie as it is a Flash movie. But Keaton reprises his. It's amazing how people don't even care about it. You know, Michael Keaton was a stand-up comedian.
That's right.
Before he was an actor.
He's Mr. Mom.
Hi, how are you? Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You have to, thank you. You have to stand there during all this. Boy, I can do that.
But welcome, Diane D.
I'm going to do...
That's a good question, Tendrils. I need to promote this a little more. I want to see the people from Depp Delusion stumble into here. I think they'd enjoy it.
I'm going to do...
By the way,
Tim and I...
We can pause there for a second. Okay. I wonder how... It's so funny that, like, let's not get the actor who's been with Tim throughout his whole career and has evolved with Tim. We'll get the actor who bookends his career, was at the beginning and is now at the end.
That's a good. It's a very bookendy thing, Michael Keaton is. That's very true. That's a great word you used.
I got to say, respectfully, do usually when we start a project, we see this script and we kind of go, okay. And then we start making things up. Some of this is going to be things I've said before, so bear with me. The first 2 or 3 meetings I had with him, I was told there's this young, talented director, and he wants to meet you for something. So I go and I have a meeting, and it was pleasant. And I left, and they said, "What did you think?" And I said, "Nice guy. I have no idea what he's talking about." And then 2 or 3 meetings that were really similar, I went home and this time I think there were some sketches, if I'm not mistaken. And I said, I like him even more. For sure, I love this guy. I know there's something, I still have no idea what he's talking about.
What do you think's a better nickname for a Depp fan? Depp Head or Depp Vote?
I like Depp Vote just because I like high intellect.
Yes, I knew you were going to say that. Thank you for living up to exactly what.
Yes, living up to your expectations.
When we were talking about Beetlejuice. But 5 movies later and over 30 years of knowing him.
Depp's doubled his appearances in Burton.
I still have no idea what he's talking about. Not only do I know what he's talking about, seriously, I feel it on every movie. It's beyond shorthand. So when I hear Winona and other people use this word, weird.
Other people, Depp used the word shorthand like 100 times when talking about him and Burton.
Well, then count me in, because I feel really, really comfortable around this guy, working with him.
I have never seen Depp and Michael Keaton in the same.
I vividly remember.
Yeah. I've never seen them in the same room together. It's amazing. I've never seen them together.
The first day walking on the.
God.
They strike me as actors who would be in 2 different camps of friends.
Yes.
I don't see them. Yeah, Tim Burton's the only thing that connects them.
Yep.
Set of Beetlejuice, and I had some ideas that I thought might work, and I was in the wardrobe and everything. And Tim hadn't even, and I had never even rehearsed anything. I remember it so clearly, and then walking on thinking, well, I hope this works. And then Tim giving me kind of a brief tour of the sets, which to say it was. First of all, you walk in and you go, shrunken heads. Okay, shrunken heads. You go, all right. And then you see these remarkable, beautiful sets, and it didn't take me very long to feel really, really comfortable.
Yeah, Pellel, you're right. It's even like if De Niro wasn't at a Scorsese induction. It's the same thing.
And it's been like that ever since. It just feels good to be around art and to be a part of.
Anthony goes, Winona still steals at Hot Topic with other weird 50-year-olds.
It's like this is like Robert Downey Jr. not showing up for a Jon Favreau star.
Yeah, right. He just pulled them off his ass for Iron Man. I never heard so many people speak so earnestly about such unimportant things.
It's so true, honestly.
It's rare, and it's an experience I get to have every time I'm on a set with Tim. I mean, when you think there were these 2 young guys, this kid from Burbank and
Burbank. Here we go again.
Really getting away with something that no one quite knew what we were doing.
A kid
and
from
then
Studio
you bring
City,
into the
a kid
mix
from
the
Burbank.
great Winona, who's as sweet as can be.
A kid from Midtown Manhattan.
A kid from a city that hated LA's school system so much that they unified for their own school district. Only rich people.
And talented. And my pal Catherine and the rest of the cast, and it just always got better. So I'm sorry, I'm going to read here a little bit. But the openness, Danny will tell you this, the openness that he has to creativity. There's a lot of times there are directors after that performance, after that type of movie, and he says to the studio, I want that guy. And I'll never to this day understand this, why anyone even cared, but the uproar. You would have thought we were being invaded. It was unbelievable. The press went crazy, but he stuck by me.
Sunflower says, Michael Keaton is still very effable. He's 70. Look up his age, David. See if I'm right.
Yeah.
I think he's 72.
That sounds right. Because I think like he did Mr. Mom in 1983. So he was working a little bit before.
He's very spry.
These people. 73. Wow.
73?
Yeah, September 5th, 1951. Yeah.
Was not invited or asked to come because it would be a problem cause a problem as he is a famous. No, that's an excuse, baby girl. I'm not buying it. It's because
Winona
Winona's
Ryder's
there.
as
It's
famous as
because
him,
Warner
yeah.
Brothers. This is a Warner Brothers promotion, and they hate each other. And there's something going on with Tracy Jacobs and Burton, who they know each other, and he hates Tracy Jacobs. That's something going on. There's no excuse for him not to be here.
I think the most likely thing is the Warner Brothers thing, because there's no way this isn't part of their press junket.
The Deptford's big excuse is, oh, he doesn't want to overshadow him. And no, stop. Michael Keaton's a massive star, and so is Winona Ryder, and the two of them combined would overshadow him too.
And I'm shocked that Catherine O'Hara's not there. You know, like to just complete the trifecta of the Beetlejuice.
Alec Baldwin. How about Alec Baldwin? Why is he not there?
Right, Gina Davis.
Forgot about
right.
that. Alex. I wonder if Alec was asked to. There's no way with all that stuff on Rust they could deal with the fucking baggage.
Where's I know he's
make
dead
that
now,
decision, will always be special to me, obviously, but also, you bet. But also,
he has wrinkles, Pell, but not on his face.
What that spawned, you know, there are a lot of people making.
Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. We have been administering the Walk of Fame for over 60 years. This one is particularly cool because it really brings a life full circle. Tony mentioned earlier that you used to... I don't know if that's a message for either of us. All right. The mic is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. You know, this is very special to me because, as I said, as a child, I used to come down here from Burbank on the bus, no adults. In fact, I was young enough to think that these things were actually gravestones when I first came here. I didn't realize that John Wayne wasn't buried under that or other people. But I used to come down here and visit.
I think a lot of people thought that people were actually buried
Yeah.
under the name. I thought that too.
To Larry Edmonds' bookshop and come here. And when I found out it was here, I just almost started crying because I've been coming here ever since I was a little child, and the store hasn't changed at all. And so for me, it's such an honor to have a store, but also to have it right here in front of this incredible shop, museum, toy shop, everything. So I used to spend my life here. So
the Tendrils outing herself that says that she had a tryst with Ralph Macchio, a 75-year-old that looked 50.
Thank you so much, and thank everybody, all my friends, and beautiful people coming to see me. So very emotional for me, and thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Okay, so here's the cast of Beetlejuice with no doubt.
Yeah.
Right in the center, please.
Thank you so much.
Tim, no, we need Tim solo. Tim, you gotta stay. That's your start, Tim.
Okay, this gets weirder. Let's cut back to Depp's induction on the Walk of Fame. And let's take a gander about who inducts him at the Walk of Fame. Are you ready for this? Here we go. Quality's not as good. It's from a decade ago. This will add more intrigue and mystery to how he's not there. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, can I say that group of women was probably like at the Fairfax trial when he was getting out of his limo every day.
Canada, Macho Man. Baby girl, are you from Canada? Another Canadian? Is this not crazy in here? There's nothing wrong with that, for Christ's sake.
Not at all.
I feel like we might have to hear Mike Schmidt's Two Very Bad Knees speech as they play it on Stern. Remember Mike Schmidt, the Reds? The Phillies third baseman, crying during the Howard could outdo that all the time. Howard's done way more things that are masculine. Macho Man died in 2005. Everybody hates Hulk Hogan, me included.
We dedicate the star to Johnny Depp. Let me me introduce the president of the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. He's had a lot to do with the revitalization of Hollywood. If I mention a picture you like now, just go ahead and hand him a your applause, signify your approval of a star on the Hollywood respected and prolific director. Our honored guest and first speaker have enjoyed a very successful association. He is the director of Sleepy Hollow, Edward Scissorhands, and Ed Wood, all of which star Johnny Depp.
Can you pause it for a second?
His other films include...
I love the dichotomy of this Mickey Rooney looking motherfucker next to Johnny Depp.
I do too. I love the
It's
juxtaposition
so
of Depp next to a guy like that. I do too.
Right.
Like, look who's guess, wait for it.
Please, Big Adventure, Beetlejuice, Batman, and Batman Returns. Ladies and gentlemen, the pride and joy of Burbank, please welcome Tim Burton right here.
No Depp pro quo here, right? Look at that. Look who's inducting him. And when it goes the other way, isn't this crazy?
You kind of feel like you're at a funeral, but the good news is the guy's still alive, so it's great. Just like we're just talking, we were just thinking like not too long ago we were.
Right, Sunflower's right. Like, how could it take this
Why
long
now?
to get Tim Burton? They literally could have made a case to give him a star on that. And even because he's from Burbank, in the mid 90s, you could have made a case for that he'd already had a decent string of films enough to do that then.
Johnny and Martin and I, they were walking up Hollywood Boulevard shouting bad dialogue, and today he's getting this great honor. So he deserves it. He's a great actor, and now people can just walk all over you. So congratulations,
But what an awkward public speaker. He just fidgeted himself away from the microphone and had like a epileptic fit and then went into a hug on Depp. No bye, no nothing. Jesus Christ. So
I talk with my
hands. It talks with his hands. One wonders how you direct a film like that. Don't you have to do a lot of commanding speaking and in front of a lot of people? Like, why is this so nerve-wracking to do this?
Yeah, and I sometimes wonder, like, I look at someone like Steven Spielberg who does communicate normally. Like, he interviews well, and he's not the most charismatic guy maybe, but he communicates effectively. And I think he's a fan of, he was such a nerd for movies when he was starting that he probably is the one communicating directly with the actors. But with the Tim Burton, I wonder how much the assistant director's involved. Like, Tim is so delicate genius that he can't even talk directly to his actors. Kind of thing.
I've heard that, and I've heard. Well, the team directors now with the Russo brothers, who are fantastic. How does that work, right? Or the Hughes brothers, who Depp worked with on From Hell. Like, do you have a better communicator than the other guy? I always felt that all movies should have two directors. Like, it is too big a job for one person in a way, or three.
Yeah. And I think they have that in the form of like assistant directors that get a credit in the third credit block of the film at the end credits.
Yep.
But they just, they maybe they do more sometimes than the actual director.
Tendril says he thought they were in a museum. It is weird to see that.
Let me acknowledge a couple of people here today before I bring up our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a woman who plays a trail for others in this industry. She is a very chairman.
So there's Martin Landau, who played Bela Lugosi.
I should just say about 2 minutes, but it'll take me 2 hours to say everything I have to say about Johnny Depp. But I work with a lot of actors in my time. A lot of young actors these days. Do I hear a heckler? I've got lines. Johnny Depp, pound for pound, is the best young actor I've ever worked with. And I want to say something. I won the Oscar, but that picture is about a relationship between two men. And if you haven't tried playing tennis by yourself, it doesn't work too well. When you play with a good player,
It hits the ball back and makes your game a lot better. And I've got to say that Johnny Depp, half of that Oscar belongs to Johnny. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I think someone agrees with me.
Interesting story about Martin Landau. He did the voice of the Scorpion in Spider-Man, the animated series. And right in the midst of that, he wins the Academy Award for Ed Wood. His agent thought he was too big to do that, and they pulled him off the animated series, and they replaced him with Richard Mole, who played Bull on Night Court.
That's right.
Swear to
Oh
God.
my God. It would be funny if the speakers they got for Depp were all the women he scored. Like it's Winona, Ellen Barkin.
Oh,
Kate
that's so
Moss,
funny.
like-
All the like ex-wives or ex-girlfriends.
Right,
That's
right,
so
right.
funny. That's so funny.
Great.
Just like sandbag him, ambush
Yeah,
him
right,
with
right.
exes. That would be so funny.
He thinks this could be
Johnny really it's a joy to work with Johnny. I mean, we really had a great time. And Tim Burton creates a playground for the actors. It's really a great environment, and everyone should have that kind of experience.
All right, let me jump ahead. That's actually a great speech by Martin Landau. That's very strong. That's about as complimentary as anybody could ever get. That is a fantastic choice that using him.
Well, and
Good
it's
mic
also
presence.
like he's the most relatable person speaking today. Probably everyone else is going to have the weird spasms of Tim Burton and that ilk.
You can see why they used him for Scorpion, right? Those are great pipes he has.
Yeah. No, he's a wonderful actor.
What's Scorpion's real name? Mac Gargan is the alias of.
I look forward to coming to work every day. I quite possibly one of the weirdest things that's It's quite possibly one of the weirdest things that's ever happened. But at the same time, it's certainly an incredibly great honor having been awarded with the star on Hollywood Boulevard. As Jim said, allows people to walk all over you. But it also,
Very, very Eddie Vedder sound speech
Yeah.
cadence. Yeah.
also
Deputy Vedder.
it's been happening for years anyway. But also, great thing is it's a beautiful sort of old Hollywood tradition that I'm really thankful is still alive. I'm honored to be a part of that. Most important, it's great for me because my mom is here, my father's here, my brothers, my sister.
You rarely see his family together like you don't see much of his father.
Girl, Vanessa, her family, all my friends, and even
Where's Winona?
beyond that, in 50, 60 years, if there is a world and if there is a Hollywood Boulevard, my kid, my girl,
My cousin and I read the same Depp. Obviously I read them all, and he happened to read a couple here and there, and he read the same article I did, and Depp was talking about how it's annoying when he put it as, I take a piss at the bathroom and the guy next to you in the urinal says, "How's Winona?" And that was like what it was. This is kind of like what the Amber Heard trial has done for him. So my cousin and I are out drinking together. He's in the bathroom. I sidle up to him in the urinal next to us. We have a sword fight, and I look at him and I go, "How's Winona?" And we laughed.
I'm imagining Danny Depp sitting there thinking like, Martin Landau, I should name my character Spandau. Like,
I think you nailed that. You kid? I think that's exactly how his process works.
he's writing his limp dick book, and he's like, how do I name the characters? And it's just anything that comes to him. It's like, how can I just transpose a couple letters and come up with a name?
Johnny Bye Bye sent me those, and I need to read the Danny Depp books.
Yeah.
Louis Rose can walk down the street, with their dad's name. And spin on it if you like. It's entirely up to her. But I think also everyone who's sort of, wandered down that weird road with me through all these films.
That's me he's talking about. That's me he's talking about, and only me. That's me. That's who he's talking about.
Yes.
And I can show you my letter to Rolling Stone to prove it next time.
The people who've gone to see them, certainly Tracy Jacobs, my agent, who
wow. So he's still,
He's put up with me for a long time now.
So Tim Burton's there. Tim Burton's like, doesn't return the favor. And so is Tracy Jacobs.
She deserves an award for that alone. Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, certainly Johnny Grant. Tim Burton has given me the greatest 3 opportunities of my career. To be able to work with people like Martin Landau.
Nick is an American that moved to Canada. You don't hear that too often. You know who you're in the same company as, Nick, to bring it back to Depp? Peter DeLuise.
Oh, yeah.
Doug Penhall himself was from, what is it, Palisades? Obviously the son of Dom DeLuise. And he did Jump Street in Vancouver, and he directed a bunch of shit. He couldn't afford to be an actor anymore, and he just went behind the camera and moved to Canada and married his second wife, and very happy up in Vancouver, which supposedly is the most beautiful city in all of North America, and I believe it.
Right. God, there must be some Canadian public access channel that's just carrying the Deppening.
Isn't this great? I feel like I'm an Alpha Flight right now. I really do.
Vincent Price, and other films, Marlon Brando, Robert Mitchum, great filmmakers. I don't know, I feel very blessed, I feel very lucky. Thank you all. I'm not sure I can say anything else, I may pass out. Thanks. Thanks a lot. See you.
Okay, so his family's here. Let's see.
Yeah.
You'd never see his dad, especially in video form.
These two ceremonies are like the Bizarro World versions of each other. You know what I mean? Like,
yes,
mentions of Tracy Jacobs, but then she's, I don't know. It's crazy.
So as we just watched the whole Burton thing, 27 minutes, Johnny Depp's name does not come up once. That has got to be by design. There's no doubt in my mind he had a gag order on. There's no, you can't get through that. You can't. Not with Burton.
Yeah.
You can't. Oh, at Monte Carlo. I thought you said you could drive in Monte Carlo through Vanessa Paradis' front teeth.
Or Madonna gap tooth.
Or Madonna gap tooth. Wow, PCPBO 23 says, I hate Burton. That's why I haven't seen many of Depp's films. I don't know, that's pretty strong. You hate him, huh? I mean, you got to like something he's done. If you're black, I could see hating him. They do film a lot in Vancouver, Pell Allen, might I say, to bring it back to Depp again. What's the first show to ever do it? 21 Jump Street. I swear to you, I'm not making that up.
Johnny and Johnny, one more time, Vanessa, to your left.
Look at these two. They're loving this.
Johnny and Vanessa.
Martin you can see Martin Landau saying to Burton, like, Johnny hates all this. He just doesn't. I love watching him uncomfortable. Don't you, Tim? There's his dad. There's his mom. There's Vanessa. His dad is younger than his mom. Oddly enough, we were just talking about Depp robbing the cradle. His dad's actually younger than his mom. They're divorced, obviously. Let's see what else they show. His mom is tiny, man. Depp's about 5'11", and he is towering. She's Al Pacino's height. I don't know why they're showing this broad. I don't know what the...
They're probably just... Did you see
the first Batman film was the rest of his movies. I don't get the... You don't like Ed Wood? That's a brilliant movie. I could see it not being your... But when you see the biography, Ed Wood is a masterpiece.
Yeah.
I get it, though. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like... You like whatever you want to like. Howard and Stern Ralph would always suck his ass. Yep. Figured
Did
he
you
was
see in
great.
the background when they went to the wide shot, there was a General Cinemas movie theater? Did you have that chain of movie theaters in the 90s?
No, we didn't have that in Long Island. No.
Oh, it
Nope.
was great. I loved it.
Definitely not. I would have gone if
Hollywood of actors. You're doing the most Hollywood of things here. How's it feel? It feels good. I mean, it feels good. It feels interesting. I mean, somebody asked me, why, out of all the films that you've made, and they're pretty, not anti-Hollywood, but I mean, just sort of outside of the Hollywood realm. Why would you let them give you a star? And my answer very quickly. It just sort of came out, and the answer was, why wouldn't you? I mean, why wouldn't you want that? It's one of the great old Hollywood traditions that it's still.
because someone paid for it.
Yeah, right.
Still sort of, I find more interesting than any sort of competitive awards kind of thing. I find this much more, I don't know, real, more touching.
Well, I agree with that. It's a lifetime achievement award in a way, and
Yeah.
he certainly deserves it. Even as much as 15 years ago, even though this is about 10 years ago.
It's a
so-
personalized thank you as opposed to a competition. So yeah, of
Yeah,
course
it's stupid. He's right. He's absolutely right when he says that there is no best actor. It's the dumbest thing in the world. You're not
Yeah.
allowed to nominate someone from a type because the movie has to be has to fit in a pretentious Oscar committee genre
Right.
for them to even look at it. It's not about there is no best. It's completely arbitrary, and this is better. The lifetime. I agree. I also think even as awards go, I would way rather win a SAG award than an Oscar. Way
Yeah.
rather. It's all your peers voting instead
Well,
of
and
this
also
Oscar committee.
the metric. I mean, the metrics could be different, and like Jim Carrey wins for The Mask. It's
Right.
like just
Right.
for
What do
being
you
so
base that
physical
on?
and
Right.
right.
Takes a ton of talent to do that. Absolutely. And why wouldn't that be honored? Because they have a
Yeah.
very specific myopic thing they look at when they nominate Academy. When he won the SAG award for Pirates and he was nominated for the Academy Award, it was unheard of that a movie like that you would nominate an actor from that genre. Unheard
Right.
of. And that's so deep that he created that character and wrote a lot of dialogue. I mean, that's just an amazing accomplishment that not a lot of people are ever gonna come close to. That's all him
Right.
doing that. And he's absolutely right. I agree with every word of that. Speaking of Pirates, to make it even murkier, to make it even more embarrassing or weird, Jerry Bruckheimer gets invited to the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Guess who guess who speaks for him?
Congratulate
John
you,
Christopher
and
Depp II.
speaking on behalf of the Walt Disney Company.
Who've received their stars before, including actor Tom Cruise.
This is the first time I've seen Depp and Tom Cruise in the same space, by the way.
Yeah, right.
And we have actor Jon Voight. Walk of Fame honoree.
Jon Voight's is that Jerry O'Connell, by the way, in the bottom left?
Kind of. I think we've watched this before, and you did say that. I think you got
It is him.
confirmation that it is him. Yes.
Okay.
Marg Helgenberger.
Jon Voight's a weird case. He's a great actor, but he's a complete neocon nuthead. And you'd think he'd be completely, but the ground he walks on, it's almost like what's his name? James Woods, where
Yeah,
they're just like, God, I'm sorry.
Yeah, is he here to talk about his daughter's experience in The Tourist? Is that why he's?
I know. To tie immediately, you can tie it in.
Actor Jerry O'Connell.
Oh, okay, I was right.
Actress Isla Fisher. George Eads of CSI. Baseball great Cal Ripken.
Oh wow, Depp and Cal Ripken in the same space. Cal Ripken is a, you know what his claim to fame is?
No.
He is considered speaking of Iron Man, he's considered the Iron, like where he played 162 games for many, many, many consecutive seasons, which is very difficult to do. So in an age when they're load managing, he was known. He was a great shortstop and third baseman too.
You know who else is sitting there is I think that's him, is Hans Zimmer He looks.
No
He's sitting
doubt.
next to the woman who
That's
looks
him.
like a.
He did.
Yeah.
He did the sound. He did the music score.
Director Gore Verbinski.
Gore Verbinski does.
Actor Martin Lawrence.
And he also did Lone Ranger.
Comedian John Lovitz.
And if you notice,
Jealous?
Lone Ranger. Yes. Acting. Lone Ranger is the same formula as pirates. Like Jack Sparrow is Tonto, and it's the same.
And Walk of Fame honoree Rick Dees.
Oh my God. Disco
Turnout.
Depp.
So please welcome the man who has played Jack Sparrow in all the Pirates of the Caribbean films. Please welcome Johnny Depp.
Again, if you told me that Johnny Depp would be working in a Jerry Bruckheimer film in 1999, 98, like say after he did like say Fear and Loathing, I would have punched you in the face. And here we are, and he is here to honor him when he wouldn't be here to honor Tim fucking Burton. Is that not crazy to people? Now Burton put him on the map, but Bruckheimer made him a rich man. Bruckheimer's the one who gave him FU money.
These days, the word legend gets bandied around all too easily, but not here and not
He said
today.
easily.
Can
Let's do that
sorry.
again.
Okay.
No, I was gonna say. He goes, these days, legend gets bandied about way too easily. So he made easily like 15 syllables. He's got the Tom Hansen hair here too. He's got the Depp Street hair.
He does, yeah, the rare short haircut. Also, saying in a speech that legend gets bandied around too easily is also bandied around too easily now. You know, like, people always fucking say that. Yeah,
bandied gets bandied around too easily. That's funny.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not here and not today.
Not today.
My path was fortunate, very fortunate enough to collide with this man some years ago, and certainly
he speaks in Thompson prose, as we've established during the trial, and that's something Thompson would say, collide, right? That's
since my collaboration with Jerry, my life has never been the same.
Money.
And probably won't be for a while anyway.
You like the money.
Well, he's bigger than life. He's Jerry Bruckheimer.
It's funny, if you think about his Ed Wood voice, it sounds a lot like John Lovitz in a way, right?
It does. That's true.
Cut.
You know. But over the years of working together, Jerry's become a dear friend, certainly, and a trusted comrade in battle.
That's Thompson.
There are a few people that I would rather have in my corner than this man right here.
Not Tim Burton.
The man's a legend to me. He's a legend to us all. Hence this.
I honestly, if he didn't pluck him and put him in Pirates and let him do whatever he wanted, there's not a shot in fucking hell he'd be saying any of this. He wants nothing to do with Bruckheimer's films until that point. It was really repellent to him. The very antithesis of what a Ed Wood or what's he a Gilbert Grape or Donnie Brasco or Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas was. Is everything opposite of Depp was Bruckheimer.
This congregation to celebrate him for his long-deserved star on the Walk of Fame.
Baby girl, I will upload the full video for you on my channel, on the Deppening YouTube channel. I have it. It's on our Patreon too, but it's about time I put that up. I actually have a full, I put like the moments before and after. It's not just the interview, like the lead up to it, the announcement. It's kind of like my own director's cut of it.
Yeah. You know what's aggravating about these speeches is that it's a lot of compliments with no justification.
Yeah,
so he's a genius.
Let's hear him rattle off other Bruckheimer films besides his own.
Right.
Because he would never do it because they're horrible. I mean, it's awful movies. So just the most, rock'em sock'em the very pinnacle of the Hollywood machine. You know, every cliche. Like fucking Martin Lawrence is there because that Bad Boys movie is some of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. It's so bad. The title, all of it's horrible.
Jerry Bruckheimer was one of the first people to tap into the idea that, like, let's just make video games as movies, but like, let's make our movie look like a video game playthrough as much as possible, because video games are making 10 times as much money as the movie. So we gotta adapt in order to compete.
Sunflower Dragon at the Walking Lilith Fair goes, why choose violence, John? Because that was words would fail me of him working with Jerry Bruckheimer at that point. I would not be able to articulate it. How much an oxymoronic teaming that would be.
I, for one, could not be more honored to be here. And I'm humbled to be here.
So little does that motorist know that he got into this video.
Yeah, right.
In the background. That was you. That was you the first year you moved to LA.
What year was this?
I think 14.
Okay, so I'd been there for 7 years by now. Yeah, so I probably was like, you know, why the fuck is there traffic on Highland?
People never stop underestimating the amount of years you've been to LA. You've been in LA.
All celebrate the legend that is Jerry Bruckheimer. And
that's me again.
One final question.
Oh, Christ.
Where is the bloody rum?
Bruckheimer's a midget too, huh? Depp's towering over him.
Why is the rum gone?
He should just do the whole thing in Jack Sparrow to be more comfortable. It's just like,
that's a great idea, actually.
I don't think it didn't cross his mind. All right, so let's end this here. There you go. Depp honoring Jerry Bruckheimer, Tim Burton honoring Depp in his own walk, and he doesn't do Tim's. It is one of, and I have many valid reasons as I've rattled them off, from Tracy Jacobs to Winona Ryder to the feud with Warner Brothers, all things. And I don't think he's on good terms with Burton either. I think I've stated my case rather well. I want everyone to join us for Lotus Notes Friday. What is it, Davyd? 4 o'clock your time, Pacific, right?
Yeah,
7
so
o'clock
1 p.m. Eastern, or 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, yeah.
The mocking of the Fran Drescher rape, and that should be a very special Lotus Notes. It's going to be you, Bon Jovial, and I. I don't think Sarah's a little on the fence. She'll be in the next one. Next Sarah's going to be in the P Diddy. We're going to do P Diddy the following Friday.
Cool.
And I'm going to go in.
Oh, John, are you there?
Mark Harris. Vinny, it's Mark. Dearest viewers, a new month and a new show. If able, please donate to the Arm Fund, which is how your host gets paid. Super Chat, Venmo, Cash App, or memberships. It all counts. We'll all go. Now put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip. Oh, I love the knee. Welcome to a new arm venture. How do you keep the music playing? How do you make it last? How do you keep the song from playing too fast? Little West End town, Dead and Blue. East End, West End. Depp! Greco!
Moo! 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 I'm a loser!
Sit down. Stay where you are. For the first time, I choose to walk out on you.
Jump.